Okay, so I'm here. I'm eating right now though, and also kind of waking up, so like, give me just a couple more minutes. Okay. I am having an exciting day, and I will tell you guys all about it in a minute. Okay, so I figure I can explain while I'm eating and save everybody at least a little bit of time. So last night, I was up until like, what the fuck, probably like 10 in the morning, getting caught up on the fucking Madoka manga adaptation fucking spin-off horse shit, because apparently there's new shit coming out and I wanted to be caught up, and one thing led to another, and then I kind of one-shot everything. It was exciting. So I read TDS, I read the Rebellion manga, I read all the fucking Oriko garbage, etc. And then it was tomorrow, right? So I set an alarm for 12 o'clock so I can get like a brief nap and then attempt to like be on a real human sleep schedule, just kind of power through with sugar and caffeine or do something like that. I don't fucking know. And it doesn't go off at all, apparently. Either that or I completely sleep through it. I still haven't bothered to investigate which it is. So, at this point, it's like 3:30, and Wes is banging on my door like, hey, we have to go sign the next year of our lease so we can continue living in our apartment. And I'm like, alright, fuck, I'm awake for this, excellent. And I fucking lurch out of bed, ready to face the world, bright-eyed and eager. And then as soon as we make it into the fucking leasing office, I'm like dead on my feet again, because, wow. So that's my experience. I spend about half an hour back at the fucking apartment, attempting to, like, be a useful member of society, and actually wake the fuck up, with questionable degrees of success. I still haven't eaten. And then I'm like, oh, I've got a stream today. Cool. So, you guys are now basically brought up to speed. I reinstalled Path, which took less time than I expected, and found my fucking stash in utter shambles, just a complete fucking garbage disposal. Because the Fuckerstriker, my Flickerstrike character, got moved into Standard since Parandus ended, and Standard is where every character from Challenge League goes, and they take all of their stash tabs from the previous leagues with them as remove-only tabs. So I log onto the Fuckerstriker and open my stash to test out the new performance of the SSD, and it turns out that I have about 25 tabs with completely different organizational systems among all of them, scattered currency everywhere. It's a fucking disaster, so I decided not to deal with that right now. And then I remembered that even though he's not here, I said I was gonna do a fucking brief sword overview tutorial thing for sleep mode, because he's learning it and wanted a couple pointers. So that is apparently the first item on the agenda today. I don't know. So yeah, TLDR, anime was a mistake. Hey guys. I'm still working my way through this ramen. I don't know if I needed an entire bowl of ramen or just literally anything in my stomach to stave off hunger pains. As you can see, I'm in an excellent fucking state this morning, despite it being well into the evening. And it's still mad bright out too, which fucks me up. It's always so bright around here. I can't deal with it. Just go play some Koihime. So how the fuck is Koihime anyway? Like, explain to me. What are the impressions you're getting from it so far, aside from dumb anime bullshit? Or is your Steam share effed up like Fendo's? Since I reinstalled Windows, I think my Steam share is probably reset. Like, my quote-unquote new installation is probably not authorized. I don't even want to eat this, I just want to eat something. This is a cool state to be in. Pooper Turbo. See, I'm glad we bring these levels of maturity to the stream. I'm really quite glad. Where is the fucking PSO2 volume slider here? Okay. Good. So yeah, I'm a little bleary at the moment. You'll have to excuse the fucking nonsense. Can I get drum and bass without really obnoxious vocals? I feel like all of my current stations have either gone to shit or they're laden with ads. It's kind of frustrating. I'll deal with the remainder of that ramen later. Okay. So, game capture, PSO2.exe. Hey guys! Oh my god. Oh yeah, I took a shower somewhere in the morning routine too, so if my hair looks weird, that's probably why. So, got dailies to do, got a team drink to grab. So Azami and I have been tryharding team runs recently. I'm trying to get the Waifu Defense Force in tip-top shape to compete with top teams like Quasar and Night Arcs. We're having a good time. Any decent team orders? I still have a Dragon EX team order for no reason. Fuck this thing. Road Rollers and Phantoms. I'll be in Tokyo today for Gathering anyway, so I figure I may as well do that. It is a sundress, get owned. I'm pretty pleased with the costumes I've got on deck. Oh yeah, my premium's dead, which is really exciting because it means that I can't fish any of the I can fish all the stuff that I usually use on my premium storage, because that's where I put, like, the gear that I frequently use for whatever reason, but I can't put anything back there. Zor. So where am I going first? Alright, let's do dailies. Holy shit. Alright, you guys are gonna have to give me a little bit of time to wake the fuck up right now. Alright, so coast exploration. I need tundra stuff or forest stuff or something. Turn up mic gain and lean into the mic. It's Zor. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's Zor. I'm actually amazed that my mic is still functioning. Because I usually leave it on, like, after I did the new Windows install, I have it on minimum gain, so taking it to maximum is like... Come back to L-Sword for Rose. Come back to these nuts! Hey! L-Sword's a bad game. Let's see, what else do I need today? What the fuck was I gonna do? Right. Do I have a keybind for this? I do. Wow, it's fucking nothing. Ah well, still got 25 mil on deck, so I've got a comfortable buffer. I feel like I'm probably going to start work on alts at some point for multiple daily and weekly runs, but not just yet. So first on the agenda is normal fucking forest for my daily boost. I really wish the daily featured quest stuff was implemented in a slightly better way. Alright. I'm good at ramen. So you're gonna do the classic Balrodos damage test to show off how to boss? Something like that. I think I'll probably just kind of fuck around in Coronia Normal or something, because it's got a lot of different mob spawns that can't kill me, so I can show off most of the mechanics. Yeah, I think I'll actually do Featured for real today, so we'll do Tundra SH for the lulz. I'd ask you to get ready for King of Fighters 14, but for some reason it seems like SNK's new Chinese overlords have not mandated a PC version. Huh. Worrying. Has there just been no news about it at all? Like nothing? Or... Yeah, he's gotta stop it with the L-Sword discussions. Oh wait, I'm in Tundra, not Forest. Let's get into fucking proper coat. There. See, this is the kind of player I've become. On the one hand, I'm a min-maxing tryhard fuckwit. Is this layout literally ripped from the, Nat1 TA? I saw that fucking fork in the road and I got, like, war flashbacks. Alright, so some people have some really exciting auto words in this group. Fight hard for your belief, and I shall strike you down with the utmost respect. I capitalize the beginning of my sentences, but don't use periods, because I don't know what I'm here for. PS4 console exclusive, huh? So is that just, like, weird phrasing, or do you think that it indicates that a PC port is on the way? It could be either or, honestly. If they've had absolutely no word about it, though, that's kind of strange. Amazing. So yeah, recently I've been working on just improving my charge timings, because I feel like it's a major bottleneck for my damage. Because, like, since all of Sword's major damage PAs are charged, holding them longer than necessary is actually a pretty significant damage loss. I've also been working on better upkeep habits, things like Force Sheath with jump cancel delays to benefit from the orbit potential PP regen. Hello, I'm getting circle strafe. What the fuck? Quake players. Yeah, it almost makes me wonder, like, I don't know, we've had this experience with PS4 exclusive fighting games before, where Sony basically buys the exclusivity, quote-unquote. I don't know. I'm never sure what to think with new fighting game releases anymore. Everything always has some weird shenanigans going on. So Code Judgment is still going, but I don't have the time to do all 4 bombs, so I'm probably just gonna fuck off. That streamer decided to not work for no reason, thanks. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't had any problems with mine ever since installing it on either installation of Windows. I keep on realizing things that I forgot about this installation, though. Like, I forgot to bring over my Path of Exile auto-hotkey macros, because I have a handful of utility macros for triggering multiple flasks at a time. Which is, like, even though the TOS says that, like, there's a ban on simulated input, Chris himself has talked about things like out of sync and flask macros being okay, so long as it doesn't automate, like, all interaction with the game. Like, you're not doing auto pickup, you're not, like, auto running, etc. And it definitely helps, especially when you just want to keep up all 4 utility flasks as often as possible. Just cozy. Not rollback, but it's very much playable. Better than Xrd PC. Well, I never got to test Xrd PC netcode because I could never play anyone online. Like, I never got a ranked match, and the lobbies were always empty. Like, the few times where I saw lobbies that weren't empty, they were dead. So, bad news for me. Like, I tried to join, and it would just fucking throw up weird errors or never resolve. It was fucked up. Xrd PC netcode gets me D5 against someone in Portugal. For reference, for any of you guys who are new here, Zara is from Portugal. That's pretty intense. Meanwhile, I'm on fucking US West Coast, Phoenix, Arizona, and Zara and I can play Alpha 3 like it's on the same couch with Fightcade. Why everything just hasn't used a pure implementation of GGPO, I don't fucking know yet. An implementation of GGPO that allows you to manually set your own delay based on what's going on. Like, expose that information to the players. Like, Dive Kick had GPO and it worked alright, but because of the lack of pre-match tuning, it could be a little finicky sometimes. Rising Thunder appeared to have no tuning whatsoever and just did shit entirely on its own, which means that wild nonsense happened. Plus, the game being horribly unoptimized meant that sometimes you get frame drops, which are a totally separate issue, and if one player was getting frame drops, then it fucked with the delay calculations and everything went to hell. Is there a list of fighting games you wouldn't play? Not really. Like, nothing comes to mind as immediately awful except the obvious, you know? Like, I'm usually the kind of person who will, like, give any game at least a couple hours to, like, see if it's my thing. It had tuning as well as a recommended setting. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, if you know, like, ping calculations, if you know it's 16 ms to a frame, then it's pretty easy to come up with a recommended setting yourself. But most people, like, especially newbies or people who aren't familiar with rollback netcode, aren't gonna know that shit. So it was very good that they had a recommended number displayed. You tried KI already? Yeah, I actually gave KI a try, like, the last time I was over at my boyfriend's dorm. He had it on. He had the demo for Windows 10, and we were fucking around with it for a while. It's definitely not my sort of game. The combo system is not really my thing, but the game actually has really good feedback, and I was surprised by how crisp the movement ended up being. Like, wow. Got stunned by the fucking drop of the first cat. Plus it had, like, it had a tutorial that included 7 ways getting spammed by fireballs is your fault. So that's pretty cool. What fucking client order do I have that's causing me to pick this shit up? Yep, supplying snowband thermite, supplying snowband shit. And of course, let's see if the other one dropped. Okay, well now. So there's that at least. Lethal Leaks on online was good as long as you were playing with 2 people. Yeah, I actually don't know how you implement rollback netcode with multiple players. Like, multiple players meaning more than 2, obviously. That seems like a whole different can of worms. 1,200 HP. Only with fucking D-band boost, D-band cut horse shit on me. Shh. I only have 968 unbuffed and nobody fucking plays Tekker in Pugs. What did I even get from that? Oh great. I don't know when this trash got on my inventory. AJ, serious question. Sonic the Fighters win. I actually gave that a try on emulator a long time ago, and my conclusion was this does absolutely everything wrong in terms of visceral feedback, so probably won't be revisiting it. I don't feel like there's a lot there for me to explore, per se. Like, if I were to revisit something on stream, it would be because either I could talk about it and, like, explain and entertain, or because I feel like I could be surprised and kind of riff off that, but nothing for me right now. I only have... Am I being trolled? You don't understand. You're not supposed to get hit. I am. Getting hit is part of my fucking... damage. He probably has fucking triple HP craft or something. These cut-in auto words are so intense. Like right now I have 1 HP craft and then I'm using 4 copies of Alter Arma for an additional 120. So I'm getting 220 bonus HP. So like my base would be something like 740 something, which lines up with what I saw in The Sims, so that sounds about right. But like, considering the amount of damage you habitually take when you're putting yourself in the middle of packs with slow attacks on, with really slow to resolve attacks that move you through a group while you have full aggro, it can present kind of a problem if you don't have a decent buffer, you know? Like, obviously this is being pretty lax here, but, you know. Weapons barrier. What, you're using the fucking storyboard sub in 3 slots? What's that, a total of 450 HP before any affixing? Storyboard sub is ridiculous. In Sonic Battle, I know for a fact that that's good. Ah, but I've played Sonic Battle already, though. And, like, as far as I'm aware, there's not a whole lot of replay value stuff going on. I actually shotgunned the entire, like, main campaign in a single day. Mainly thanks to, fucking strategy guide fucking horseshit one-shot combo. You guys remember the fucking long codes from the terminal, you put them in and you get, like, some ridiculous one-shot combo thing? And yeah, because GBA netplay isn't really super real on the internet, at least, like over LAN it's pretty good, but online it's pretty messy. Otherwise I'd probably already be playing competitive Battle Network 3 or something. Lol. Never played Rumble Fighter. Rumble Fighter. I recognize the name, but don't remember anything else. Is Rumble Fighter the fucking... That's the fucking game that Chase showed me a while back. What he was fucking trolling around for MMs in before L-Sword. Never noticed how much your character sounds like an Andrew from GR1. Everybody going off on the fucking Danganronpa stuff. That actually reminds me, because I feel like these are tangentially related in a way that you guys will at least understand, even if I can't explain it. I don't know a lot about, like, VLR or the Zero Escape series. It's something that I've got on my backlog. But you guys hear that they're apparently, like, running a fucking, real-life, like, Meat Space, Escape the Room style, VLR game somewhere in LA or something? Like, it's crazy. They got a group of people together that have, like, actually set up real puzzles, and you just fucking go on with a group, and it's like, alright, you have 1 hour. Can you do the thing? The first drop I got from Tails Lab from Emerald was Ultimate Heal. You're an asshole, dude. Of course I buffer when AJ's about to talk about my all-time favorite franchise. Thanks. Nice, get on. Open your weak points. Alright, boys. There we go. get to reading that shit. Man, I really should. Just for whatever reason, it's hard for me to stick with fucking handheld emulated games. I feel like I always drop them faster than other shit. Wow, experience gain 50%. You sure are making it worth for me to do these fucking featured quests. Thanks. Alright, and then seabed quest points. Hey, Steam release? Real talk? I don't remember if I said this, but Graphics 6 makes my Graphics 1 feel so sad. Yeah, are you living on the simple shader life right now, or is it just normal shaders at minimum settings? Does everyone in this group has fucking auto words? You just cured my depression. Nice. Hey guys, I'm spamming Guilty Break. It's almost like Ilzan Bingurin. Literally everything is as low as it can go except texture res, which is high. Yeah, because texture res is like, not only the texture's already low res in this game, even on high, but it's like, I think it's the VRAM bottleneck anyway, so like doesn't really matter. Even integrated cards will have enough VRAM to deal with this, considering it's, you know, available and scalable to the fucking Vita.
Completed.
Throwing shade. Wow, the joke is shadowing. SH mobbing is weird because you just Guilty Break and Sonic Arrow everything. Like, this shit doesn't fly on targets with higher HP pools, but here it's totally fine. I think I missed one for that trial, but fuck it. Oh wait, this is quest points. I shouldn't be skipping anything. Nice. On the best. Fun fact about Warcry, and I assume a lot of other activated abilities in this game as well. While you're in hit stop, the cooldown doesn't count down. I don't know whether that's some kind of visual glitch or whether it's actually the way that it functions. But if you look super close, like if you full screen your player, you'll probably be able to see it. Or like, I'll pop Warcry here, and then if I do normal swings on stuff, you see the timer stop for just a fraction of a second whenever I connect with an attack. I believe that also applies to when you're incapacitated from like a freeze state. I haven't bothered to check whether it works the same way on knockdown, but I imagine it could. Ever since I changed around my fighter tree, I love getting status. It's like poison? Dude, I can't die to damage anyway. At least not from poison. It gives me a fucking striking attack bonus and Huego PP regen. It's almost like I'm a real fighter. Where are we at, guys? Hey. So what is this? 158? I've still got an E-trial just kind of ticking back there. Should probably clear that. Isn't Warcry and new TF2 alike? What? I mean, we got Overwatch, we got fucking Battleborn, we've got whatever the other one is. There's something the Smite guys are doing. Paladins, I think it's called. It looks like a fucking disaster. Which is basically how I felt about Smite, so like, feel free to ignore my opinions, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know who thought that putting fucking collectible hard systems in an FPS was a good idea. Like, no, this should be a core function of our game. It's important for there to be gaps between players that cannot be compensated for except with raw fucking money or time. I think it was shelved. With a name like Warcry, I'm not surprised. America saves the day as usual, and I guess Europe helps too as usual. Alright, so what we're at 236 now, and I get some repeat spawns.
Completed.
Alright. So that's the featured for the day. I'm gonna assume no Tokyo Pass because that would be way too easy. Public awareness of Paladins makes public awareness of Battleborn look like public awareness of Overwatch. Good fucking sentence. Battle cry. Okay. Yay, it's a photon sphere you sell for like 4K. Whee! Alright, I should probably clean up my, let me go turn in my COs first of all. We're slowly working our way to the ramen. Need to eat, don't want to eat. That's where we're at the moment. Did I not take either of these? Awesome. That's just super. So where is... Fucking hell, where's the other client order? I still don't know how to work the menus in this game sometimes. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. For whatever reason, I thought it would be from Hans. Don't know why. Alright, so next up is Coast Explorer. I think it is Coast Exploration, at least. Free field, Coast Exploration. Sure thing, buddy. Man, all the ZTD hype, and I'm just sitting here like, I know what you guys are talking about. Totally. It's on my backlog, but I really doubt you guys would be interested in fucking watching me play what's essentially a branching VN. Well, no, essentially, that's, from what I understand, that's exactly what it is. So, let's see. Yeah, I'm alright with this. Maybe... Are you good? Yeah! That's good. So I'll bring, I'll bring friend partners just for the spawns, then ditch them before the boss. I would watch you play it, even if only just because it's actually been a while since I read 999 and I could use a refresher. Yeah, I know fucking Waterbox was getting huge numbers playing DR recently. Dude is a old partner of mine. Apparently people are going crazy for it. I'm actually really glad to see Box doing well right now. Dude has a larger viewer base than me at this point. Dedication. Nice. Good guilty break targeting. Very nice. Help, I'm being burnt out on Overwatch and I don't even own the game yet. You asked the wrong guy. Like, right now I'm just trying to take it in small installments. I'll play the game for like 4 hours at a time every once in a while. I don't want to go super hard just yet. I think I'll start tryharding when comp shows up, but for now, I want to mostly just relax. Wow, good guard timing. Also because I'm a bit of a sadist and I want to hear you squirm through the gorier text portions. Nice. I'm assuming it doesn't get, like, too visually graphic. Because if it does, it's probably automatic, like, can't play. I'm pretty squeamish. Like, I don't usually try to make a big deal about it, but it ends up kind of being a big deal anyway sometimes. I don't know, stress responses. I'm gonna sell it and get good at Battleborn. So what is the deal with Battleborn? Like, first off, can someone explain to me why they fucking chose to time their release the way they did? And secondly, can someone explain to me what the fuck it actually is supposed to be, since I've heard nothing about it in the fucking wake of Overwatch streaming? You only see red quote-unquote paint over the bodies. Nice. Yeah, as long as it's not visuals, I'll be fine. Like, I cringe a little bit at, like, body horror type stuff, even if it's only in text form, but, like, I won't fucking freak out unless it's visual, so. Wow. Weak! You ain't shit. You are a shitty mid-boss. Level 80 enemies and free explorers fucking win. Battleborn is just the Gearbox Sunday, yeah. SFN Combat. What the fuck does that acronym stand for again? I'm trying to remember. The only MOBA I've ever enjoyed while being on the losing team. Oh, so it's actually a MOBA, not like the way people think Overwatch is a MOBA for some reason. Where do people get that idea that Overwatch is a fucking MOBA? Like, I see that everywhere and I'm just so confused by it. Super Monday Night Combat. There we go. The Super was what I was looking for. Because I've, like, back when I was on my MacBook and I couldn't properly run the game, I played a little bit of the, I played like an hour or two trying to ignore performance dips, and it seemed like a pretty fun concept. I was actually pretty disappointed by not being able to play it. So it's basically that, except properly first person, and Gearbox is apparently in charge of it. The gunplay in, like, the Borderlands games has never seemed particularly strong to me, so I'm not, like, feeling compelled to check it out or anything, but hey, they do some good stuff. Apart from all instances of Memerlands, their games have pretty good tone. It actually has minions and levels and shit. Does it have items? Here we go, if it has fucking items. Battleborn is Tiny Tina the game. Cute. So I'll ask again, why was there a big-ass cake in the lobby area? Because wedding lobby! There's also a whole bunch of fucking bells that people never ever stop ringing. The seasonal lobbies rotate on a pretty regular basis. We haven't seen normal lobby in a long time. Bye, guys. So what I should be doing, honestly, is doing Val with Partisan, because I need to get used to the weapon in general, and Partisan's damage on stationary targets is higher than Swords if you're doing the Vold combo. But honestly, Sword is just so much more fun to do Val with, and I'll one-cycle anyway, so I don't really care. Is there NA server in this game? Nope, we're all playing on JP, there's a proxy, so even if you can't access it, normally you should be able to just fine. JP is basically 100% translated at this point anyway, so I'd advise you head there. Alright, so this will flip. Yep. The funny thing about the way my damage works right now is that the last hit of Overrun doesn't actually connect on Val, so I'd be better off doing like Taja and Overstrike or something, and it would cut down the time a little bit. But it doesn't matter at all, so I'll just do the Overrun anyway. Items are persistent, unlocked that cost shards, read gold to activate in each battle, but... you can and should also spend your shards on building or upgrading certain structures. Huh. So it's got a building element to it, that's interesting. We got tower defense on deck. The ancestral cousin of the MOBA. Alright, so now that dailies are done, I think at this point I should probably launch into how the fuck to sword. So, what I need to do is... new type weapons, swords. We'll grab a Vita sword NT, so I don't kill things too fucking fast. So this is what I'm doing for like sleep mode and anybody else who wants to hear like a kind of off-the-cuff, wacky explanation of how sword works. So let's see, what should I put onto this? We got costumes, boys. Yeah, we'll go with the OG Cammy. So we'll do Harkatan VH since things here don't really hurt enough to be relevant. Actually, we'll do Harkatan hard. Fuck it, I'm gonna Vita sword. I shouldn't kill things too fast. Would probably be faster to Volk Zenith as usual. Yeah, it is faster, especially like... until recently, my Partisan wasn't stronger than my sword because it was only a 20 element, but I just completed a Yamato file yesterday, so it should outdamage it by a pretty hefty margin now. The problem with my Volk Zenith stuff on Bal is that I feel like I have a hard time getting Volk to trigger for whatever reason. Like, because he's got a couple different hitboxes in his mouth, like he's got the jaw and then the actual weak point. I feel like I'm not getting the damage to store correctly on Volks, so nothing's going off. That's happened to me a couple times where I'll be wailing on him for a while, and then I just see his fucking outer skeleton break, and I'm like, oh, I was hitting the wrong point, cool. You have so many costumes, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the 150 slots is pretty cozy. That was like, I don't make a habit of spending in free-to-play games, or at least not liberally, but 150 for a character that I play this often, really it just made sense for me. It just makes the game a lot more comfortable to play. Alright, so, Sordo. I guess I should start at the beginning, which is my sub-palette, so... primary stances for Hunter Fighter, Fury, and Brave. Brave is a directional stance, meaning that it'll only go off if you are facing the target, and the target's facing you, basically. I don't need a drink. The point is not to kill things here, mostly. Massive Hunter is on my 3. It is 45 seconds super armor. I'll show that off in a bit. And on 4 is Warcry, which is a AoE taunt that also restores a bit of your PP and gives you a damage boost if you spec into Warbrave. So you can see here, you won't exactly be able to see the difference in aggro, but when I hit F4 here, everything gets tagged. You can see it get a visual cue, and then you get a buff visibly. And so these guys kind of floating around. 1 damage each, so perfect. I pop Massive Hunter here. Wow. Quran Mob's really trying hard. So yeah, Massive Hunter is basically there for, it also grants flat damage reduction. I believe it's, well, flat percent, so really, it grants 30% damage reduction, which means that you can use it to, survive and continue going for upkeep in large packs. You won't get a chance to see it trigger here either, but I have Automate as well, which means if I fall below 50%, it automatically uses a healing item with no animation. You only carry Dimates and Trimates, because there are rare situations where if you carry Monomates, they'll be used and they won't knock you above the Automate threshold again, meaning you're vulnerable to death. So basically, the modus operandi of Sword is use your unusual degrees of beef to attack multiple targets at once with slow, hard-hitting large PAs. That is what you do. It's PSO2 good gameu. It's pretty fun. So as for control setup, you can set up your controls however you like. I prefer 3-button and I use kind of a weird control layout, but really the only important thing is that you have access to at least 7 or 8 PAs on demand and that it's comfortable for you to switch at will. For that, I use 1 through 6 on number row to switch between different palettes, and I have a mouse button bound to palette swap for 3-button. So let's go over what we've got here. So, number 1 on my palette, Sonic Arrow. This actually transitions nicely into an explanation of sword gear. So basically, Sonic Arrow is a fairly middle-of-the-road projectile. It's got medium range, and as you can see, it builds a fuck ton of your gear gauge when it connects. The gear gauge is shown above my palette selection at the bottom of the screen. It's got 3 segments, and the more you have, the faster your shit charges. At 3 segments, most charges are below 0.5 seconds. At 0 segments, most charges are 5 seconds. I am using 3-button. I don't really know how you got 2-button from this. So I'll actually wait for gear to decay here. The one, like, super mandatory piece of gear for Sword is a maxed Hunter gear save ring. Even at level 1 it helps, but at max it basically turns Sword into a viable and extremely strong weapon because you don't have to worry about gear downtime. If your gear falls off, you are going to be seriously struggling to keep up, as you'll have to manually regain it and waste time or PP on keeping it up. So definitely best to keep it available whenever you can. So I'm gonna wait for it to fully decay here. Fuck it. So you can see here, I've got my Rising Edge. Most Sword PAs have 2 levels of charge, so that take fucking forever to do. I also use Hunter Gear Save, Hunter Gear Boost, excuse me, on my main tree. You can see now, at 2 bars of gear, noticeably faster, and then at 3... Fuck you. Get off me. At 3 bars of gear, basically becomes instant. Not instant the way that other classes understand it, but instant enough. So, basically, sword gear, important. Keep it up at all times. Sonic Arrow is great as an opener for that. Number 2 on my palette is Guilty Break. It is a chargeable, medium-range dash, 2 slashes at the end. It does soft target, so you should be aware that it will jump to anything that your orange targeting reticle is on. You can bypass this by aiming it with TPS, however you cannot turn during that time. It can be useful for keeping up with fast groups and spread mobbing quests, or for repositioning quickly. It's also pretty much my go-to way of setting up Tech Arts, which is a fighter skill, for those that aren't familiar, that gives you a 15% damage boost if you use a different PA and just attack with it than the last one you just attacked with. So if I were to just attack with Nova Strike, then my next just attack with any other PA, say Rising Edge, would gain that damage bonus. These guys can fuck off for now. So, Guilty Break is an excellent way of setting up for Taja because it is fast to complete and fairly low cost. So you can see it puts you into position pretty nicely and kind of naturally suggests that you switch to another PA from it. It doesn't deal extremely good damage, so I'd be wary of spamming it as if it were Gurren. So number 3, Nova Strike. This is your go-to close mobbing skill. Totally decimates stuff at close range. Hit stop is extremely long because of the number of targets it can hit and the length of the animation. Again, excellent damage. Usually my go-to Taja from Rising Edge for bosses that are moving frequently. Most charged sword PAs are also in super armored on frame 0, which means you can't be flinched while they're running. This kind of naturally synergizes with Automate because it means that it's difficult to interrupt your damage combos. The wheel is here, I guess. Since Nova Strike's duration is extremely long, it's good for surviving or beefing through boss attacks that you don't necessarily know the timing or patterns for. So number 4, Ride Slasher. This is pretty cool. It is pretty much your go-to attack for spread mobbing. It has extremely high damage if all of the hits connect, which means it can also be used in certain circumstances on bosses that are pinned against walls or with otherwise large weak points. Well, Brown did some dumb shit again, huh? Do tell. Now, Ride Slasher is extremely long to complete, and you should also be aware that the just attack window for it is longer than a lot of other PAs. You can see here that I have a long period of time where I'm able to just attack from it. So, be aware of that, I guess. You also mostly want to use it from the air. If you use it from the ground, there's kind of an awkward animation where, oh, fuck you, give me a second. There. If you use it from the ground, there's sort of an awkward animation where you have to flip around first, and it's a little bit more difficult to control as well as wasting some degree of time, so generally speaking, jump first. Since you can jump during the charge, it shouldn't be a problem to get in the air. Number 5, Rising Edge. This is pretty much your go-to single target damage on things that aren't currently stunned. It does a fuck ton of damage as part of multiple hits. It can also be good for tearing up enemies that are Zondealed or very close. And the hitbox, despite looking straight, is actually something of a cone. Sort of a frontal cone, so if you're spaced away from enemies properly, it can hit multiple targets like that. You'll see me do that sometimes to clear the little wind boxes in Sanctum. It's a cute little trick. One thing that I forgot to mention about Nova Strike that might be important when you're playing with groups is that if Nova Strike fails to kill something, it will force it knocked down, and will also sometimes knock them away, so if you're using it on, like, Zondeals, you may want to be careful of that. So, number 6 here, Sacrifice Bite. Latches onto an enemy and ticks up to 3 times, giving you a stacking duration damage buff. This is 20% for as long as it's on you, 1 pulse gives you 40 seconds, 2 pulses give you 50, and 3 pulses give you 60. So you want to keep this up whenever possible because 20% is huge and stacks multiplicatively with everything else. If somebody tries to tell you this increases swing speed, they are wrong, so you're dumb as shit. Very important to keep up. It also does a decent job of building gear. You should be aware that the latch animation is extremely slow if you are at 0 gear though, and generally it's not worth the latch anyway. So you can guard cancel that at pretty much any moment. That goes for a lot of sword PAs, but Sacrifice Bite's cancel point is very early. Oh good, these guys are gonna give me some time to actually fucking exist. Alright, number 7, Overend. This is the big one. Overend kind of speaks for itself. It's a big blue beam sword, and outside of Twister Fall 0 in certain situations, unquestionably your best damage on anything that is stunned. However, all of the damage comes from the final hit, so if you cannot connect with the final hit, do not even bother to try using this. You can also rotate slowly while this is active, so you can do a little bit of position adjustment. Normally I suggest that you hard lock onto things that you expect to move because you will swivel a little bit faster. One thing to note is that while this is armored for the entire duration, you are locked in the PA for a very long time. I'm holding guard here, and it only takes effect after the second swing has completely completed. So if you are not ready to commit to overend, don't fucking use it. The third swing also has a pretty formidable hitbox in terms of the amount of space it connects with. So in certain TA situations, or if you're playing solo, it can be used for mobbing. Normally I would not recommend it though. Mostly this is a stunned boss tool. And then last of the tools that I regularly use and have on my palette is Ignite Parry. Let me see if I can actually demo this, because my timing with it is kind of bad. Basically, Ignite Parry is a multi-swing little combo thing with a guard point in it, so that if you're hit and you press shift at the right time, it basically boosts the damage of the final two swings heavily. Tough to get it to activate here since I don't have a lot of things going on me, but it can be used pretty well for, yeah, since everything's dying to the initial activation. It is finicky to use, and the short range means that it's somewhat awkward as well, but I'd recommend keeping it on your palette just for extremely telegraphed boss attacks, as it's extremely damage and PP efficient. Not something that I use on a super regular basis, but I do try to fit it in where I can. All around. Grab the girl's ass at Combo Breaker, which we know because it was literally caught on the stream camera. Yay! Noel Brown beats women! Cool community, guys. Alright, so other stuff that may be of note. These are not things that I use often, but it's worth understanding what they do. Let's find Twister Fall, Stun Consido, so Twister Fall is not worth using unless you've PA customized it. With customization, it becomes Twister Fall 0, which looks a little bit like this. The final hit is where the bulk of the damage comes from, and it scales to the amount of time you spent spinning. So because of the awkward hitbox and long duration, I usually don't make a habit of using this, because most of the time things will be moving away. And due to the length of the animation, with boss stuns, it often sets you up to clip your other attacks so that most of them don't connect. But you can see there it does a fair amount of damage with the final hit if you leave the entire thing running. So, spin to win, I suppose. On paper, it's extremely good damage, but I find it a little bit too finicky for general use, and the timing is unfortunate as well. So experiment, and you'll find your own use for it. Stun Consido is not something I leave on my palettes generally for lack of space, but it is notable in being one of the quickest sword PAs to come out, while also being lower cost than Sonic Arrow. Let me passive here, get off me. So Stun Consido, pretty much as advertised, stuns what it connects with. It's killing everything here, unfortunately, so I'll have to find a bigger target to properly spray it. But just a single hit, you smack something, if it's vulnerable to stun, it will be stunned. This can be useful for setting up a Taja in certain situations where optimization is extremely important, but otherwise I wouldn't consider it particularly useful. There's also potentially some shenanigans you can do with Chase Advance if you're extremely dedicated, but because stun status is cleared on the first hit, Fighter's Chase Advance, which increases damage on targets that are afflicted with status ailments, doesn't really do a lot to benefit your main damage PAs. How to make Twister Fall 0 do more spins? You just hold it. And the last thing that I'll mention is Cruel Throw, because you should never ever use Cruel Throw. Cruel Throw is unbelievably awful. It's slow, the damage is mediocre, it only hits a single target, and it breaks lock-on for anybody else who happens to be targeting the thing that you're hitting. Never, ever. It's bad. I'm actually going to take it off my palette right now. So, we'll go back to Sonic Arrow, Guilty Break, and Nova Strike. So yeah, you've got a couple different options available to you. You do need some degree of gear to be able to keep up fluid movement. You do need like a decent base PP pool, and Orbit is a huge help as well. But the weapon is actually a lot faster than most people give it credit for, and it's capable of putting out some surprising numbers. while it's not a strong bossing spec either, it's definitely capable of doing well in quests with light bossing. Things like TD, etc. I didn't really mention Just Guards because I'm pretty sure they go over those in the training quest, which everyone is mandatory doing right now. But Just Guards, pretty important. You also have the option to charge parry, at least if you're using my tree. I know a lot of people don't prefer using charge parry, but I really like it as a safety net and general uptime help, and it synergizes nicely with Just Guard PP gain. Or basically, charge parrying, at one point, it means that you have 0.3 seconds while starting a charge where you're considered to be just guarding regardless. If something hits you, you'll get a Just Guard and all the benefits of Just Guard, such as healing guard or Just Guard PP gain. But you won't actually enter the guard animation, and you're free to continue your PA however you like. That can trigger multiple times, but the guard window is over instantly as soon as you release the PA, so be aware of that. At 5 points, that window jumps to 0.7 seconds, meaning it fully covers every single charge window. So, you've got a lot of beef on you, if you choose to go that route. Now, here's a couple things that you might need to be wary of, because Hunter has a lot of mitigation, but there are still some things that can definitely ruin your life. First off, status inflicts. Basically, freeze, panic, and what is the third one I'm thinking of? Freeze, panic, and stun are basically your three big bans. So, like, if anyone remembers Catadron's big 360 spin attack, which stuns on hit, that thing cannot be massive huntered. You cannot super armor through it. You have to either guard it for real or charge parry it. Will you demonstrate Wired Lance PAs? I don't really play a lot of Wired Lance, and I don't think there's much reason to in the current state of the game, unless you're holding current bot, so I couldn't really give you a proper overview because I'm not too familiar with it, so sorry about that. So remember those three: stun, panic, and freeze. Freeze is a major uptime loss. Panic is mad annoying and basically requires you to get cleansed or you're moving around like a moron. Yeah, Kaiser macro for VHAQs. And then stun, obviously, you will have to manually mash out of it. You cannot armor. So the other things that you might need to be aware of are situations where you may need to massive. This includes boosted waves during stuff like TD3 and TD4, where enemy damage is increased by 40 to 60%, and you are in danger of getting true one-shot occasionally. There are also a couple different boss mechanics that you'll need to be aware of, things like the Balrodos Ball, Yamato Ball, PD insta-kill, which I believe you can just guard, but the timing is crazy, so better to just meet the DPS check, honestly. Not that it's hard. And a lot of Magatsu's attacks must also be respected as well, so while you can get away with armoring through a lot of shit, you'd be wise to know what can kill you and save massive, or be willing to lose a little bit of uptime for it. Nice. Hey, Zogzer. So I guess to kind of complete this, since I feel like it wouldn't really be complete without some kind of practical demonstration, I'll go on like a pug level quest or something. Wow. Game is dead right now. I guess everybody's pieced out from maintenance. And yeah, so I've got 980 HP right now, which is beefy by a lot of players' standards. I don't consider it over-invested, but I'll just do a quick overview of my gear so people have some idea of what they're going for. So let me re-equip a real sword before I fucking start leeching. So I'm using a 60 element pot 3 plus 10 orbit sword. The orbit sword, as far as I'm concerned, is the best in slot for sword. Austere is at best equal to it, unless you're running with like 250 PP units or something like that. And I honestly feel like those stats could be better invested somewhere else, because your problem is primarily upkeep. So the orbit potential, for those who aren't familiar with it, I'm only sleep mode because he doesn't play this game really, it is 60% increased PP regeneration from attacks while unsheathed, but no passive PP regeneration. and then while sheathed, it is 300% extra passive PP regeneration. So I'll actually show you a little trick that I think most Orbit users are probably familiar with by now, but just to have it documented. How the fuck is cyberbullying real? See, the big thing about Orbit... Oh. Wrong PA. Hello. Sonic Arrow. So you can see me drain my PP to 0 here. It's also worth mentioning that with PP Slayer, you kind of want to be operating below 50%, so just something to be aware of. You can see while the weapon is unsheathed, all passive PP regen stops, but then while it's sheathed, passive PP regen increases by a fuck ton. So there are a couple of ways to get yourself to sheath faster if you're looking to start moving. The first is just to tap guard, and you'll sheath in less than a second afterwards. That's what I'll normally use, especially when like transitioning from a guilty break or something. Pretty quick. The other big way is to lobby action cancel, because you'll notice here if I do like a wave or something, my weapon is instantly considered sheathed and I start regenerating again. So if you do a lobby action, then jump cancel it and start moving forward, then you're able to sheath instantly without dealing with combat walk or with shenanigans involving downtime. It can be a little technical because it's based on your current delay when the lobby action processes, so you've got to get a feel for the rhythm. But it can be helpful, especially when you're transitioning between packs in situations like TD or Ultimate, and you need to get your walk speed back or need to regen. Taunt canceling being useful, I am impressed, right? So let's see, I'm on an SH block right now. Let's see if level quest is being run at all. Excellent. I'm raiding you guys. Yeah, it's useful in a couple different contexts. Mostly, the super old one is LA dashing, where you use a lobby action to cancel your step and then step out of the lobby action, so you can chain multiple steps together for faster combat movement. It's like the basic way you do it is something like step, step. You step, jump cancel, step, step attack, and then step out of that. That's like the bleed way of doing it. And then you can also cancel, you can force sheath with weapon switches as well. So that's the third layer, and then you start doing lobby actions. It's pretty wacky. Alright, so we're getting started here. So I should start up my parser, just to give you guys a reference for how I can perform here. We'll upload this to YouTube? Probably. It's a little bit disorganized, but I figure it might be a useful reference for somebody. I'm dropping a little bit of frames here. I don't really know why that's happening all of a sudden, but... One thing that I haven't talked about yet is using Partisan for bossing, because Partisan's damage is superior on basically all super bosses. Wow. Zombiel heroes. I'm not extremely familiar with that, so... Probably buff up here. Where the fuck is everybody? I go lagging behind. When I go to patch PSO2 after maintenance, how do I prevent it from doing an almost clean installation? Go to the orb menu and do a old method file check. The new method doesn't work unless you have a correct Win32 list built up, and some people seem to have mysterious problems with this, probably related to not putting the speaker in its own folder that I digress. So just use the old method to file check if you consistently have problems with patching. You can see here I'm trying to keep up Kaja bonus whenever possible, so like, try to avoid using the same PA multiple times in a row. Hey guys, what's going on in this thread? Ow. Yeah, I'm kind of dealing with frame drops at the moment, so it's a little tough for me. But this is a situation that you don't want to be in, fucking without PP and without massive. It makes upkeep really difficult all of a sudden. And echo for the voices. The E-Trial voice callouts will always echo. That's just kind of something that they do. So I saw that guy pop a Julius Nicta, so tried to hit most of the stuff in it. Didn't quite step far forward enough. Taking the opportunity to rebuff here. With Sacrifice, Bite, and Warbrave to keep up, things can be a little tricky. You kind of have to balance keeping those up with damage uptime. Yabo is basically a perfect test case for why Massive Hunter exists. He's a gigantic dickhead. So Massive Hunter, you can see here, is letting me move around pretty much with complete freedom. And the DR plus my base HP pool and automate allows me to basically ignore the attacks that are going on here. I didn't even boost, I'm so good. Fuck it, if I'm not boosted, then I may as well not even fucking stick around to pick up. A lot of efficient swordplay is being aware of spawns and trying to be on top of them as they come up. The weapon is pretty much entirely bad uptime, so whenever possible, try to be the first one to everything, since you're taking a while to wind up in any case. I'm getting a mediocre Warbrave off this crash here. I don't think things will live long enough for me to pop Sacrifice Bite. There we go, got one at least, so next 40 seconds I'm pretty much free. And really chaotic low HP mobbing like this, sometimes Guilty Break spam can be the best thing for uptime, just because the soft targeting is pretty generous. Oh hey. Gonna take a moment to unsheath and regen here. So one of the big perks of Sword is that since it hits pretty wide areas, you can shotgun multiple bosses in situations like this, which is obviously fantastic for efficiency. Your regen can also be really good from normal attacks if you're hitting grouped mobs, because your normal attack is so easily able to hit multiple targets. Because it's 9, 9, 10 from each attack in terms of PP regen, so if you're shotgunning multiple targets, that can very quickly turn into a full PP bar with just a couple swings. Man, I wish I wasn't dropping frames like hell, though. I wonder what's causing it. Normally I don't struggle at all in Marvel Quest. Could it be... Let me turn off Shadow Quality 4 and Soft Particles off. Okay. Save and exit. The Anga fight's super exciting. There's enough shit going on here that I almost always try to save massive, just because having to manually, like, for real do the fight with, like, blocking and dodging everything is a huge, massive waste of time. The fortunate thing about Anga, though, is that sometimes it stays in place long enough that you can get away with over-ending it even though it's not stunned. I don't usually recommend YOLO ending, despite the, I feel like that's the problem with Massive Hunter vulnerable to stuns. So best to be aware of that. Floor goes dark here. Comes back up. And there it goes. Died before it got resist, which was pretty nice. Initial 2 to 3 mobs at a random location, followed by a large group of mobs at a random location. Huh, cute. So I'll break my parse here, and I'll link it in chat. We had a really, like, on-point katana user available, and Azami can tell you all about how braver parses are a little bit skewed, but hunter parses sometimes run into the same things, so we're done. So hunter is pretty much capable of putting down top-tier mobbing damage as long as you're not in an organized context where things die too quickly for you to get into position. The thing about katana combat on mobs is the parser will count all the overkill, which is usually extremely high, so... And then we'll do the boss here with Pure Sword as well, I guess. Uncharged Guilty Break when you don't have gear can be an acceptable way of keeping up. Fuck. I misinput a whole bunch there. Nothing I can really do here, so we'll let the range kind of have their fun. Come on. There, sacrifice spikes up. One thing that throws off a lot of people who are new to Sword is that the hit stop on the weapon is extremely long. Like, super long. Enough that it can fuck up JA timing pretty tremendously. Yeah, on moving bosses, you can see that you do struggle a little bit. That is, like, the weakness of the spec is bossing. You can still perform adequately, definitely. Like, when you connect with large targets, you're going to be ripping them a new one in terms of the damage you're putting out. But you don't have the reliability of ranged specs, and you don't have the burst potential of dedicated bossing specs. Nor do you have Melgion, so you're out of luck there as well. But you can do some good stuff. So I guess that's the Sword overview. Things were a little messy. I wonder, let me check my graphics settings again to make sure that I'm not. Drawing features, terrain lighting, light source effect, bloom, depth of field. DOF I don't usually like anyway, and PSO2's built-in AA is garbage, so I should have that off as well. AO is pretty important. Peripheral dimming is like I'll take or leave. I kind of like the look of it. Color tone, edge lighting. Love you, bro. No homo. Nice. Not all the homo. You can't back up. Oh, that's why. I had reflections maxed, and there's all sorts of fucking water. I should also take detailed model count down to 12, since that's the max you'll find in an MPA. These are things that I had set previously, but no longer. Okay, that's new. Camera lighting. Adjust the amount of light emitted by the brightness of the camera. Setting to 0 will improve performance slightly. That's pretty cute, actually. I remember Heavens were getting the same option during that update. So yeah, there you go, that's sword. Any questions? I know this is kind of the seminar that no one asked for, but if there's anybody who's like curious about some stuff. Mainly play Partisan, but Sword got really enjoyable to play lately. Yeah, the combination of Hunter Gear Boost, Hunter Gear Save, and Orbit Weapons basically single-handedly turns Sword into a viable spec. It's pretty cool. Hunter Gear Save in particular, I don't know how many of you guys are aware of this, but Hunter Gear Save literally halves the decay rate of Sword Gear. Which, as it turns out, is pretty much just enough to save you from dropping out of 3-bar gear during downtime. It's pretty neat starting and learning the whole quest and mob patterns. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with LQ spawns and whatnot, so I don't know how much longer it's up, but I'd like to get a little bit more familiar with that. I really want to get this game, but I haven't done anything Phantasy Star in years, literal years. Well, hey. Never too late to get started again. Nice. I suck at golf. Isaac's legendary 10,000 is still here. Thanks to the info on Twister Fall Type 0 earlier. Yeah, sure thing. I think it's good. I kind of bagged on it a little bit. I don't like it personally because I think it's awkward to use. It's got good damage, but in my limited experience with it, I found that the amount of time that it lasts usually leaves you in an awkward position where you can only connect with half a PA after a boss stun ends. So, like, there are better options in terms of time management, not necessarily in terms of damage. Twister Fall 0, I believe, actually has, according to some PSO world charts, the best on-paper DPS of any sword PA. But the clipping issues and the duration on it make it kind of difficult to work with. You need pretty decent specs on PC for this. It is extremely toaster-friendly. The graphics scaled pretty nicely. Like, it's playable on the Vita. You're seeing here basically maxed graphics. It can go down a lot more, and you can also adjust the resolution to your preference, so... Oh yeah, tree. I should probably go over that. Let's go to gate area. All the data they had matches up with my personal observations, so I'm inclined to trust. So just a quick overview of my trees to explain like the kind of the logic that I'm speccing into things here. So my hunter main tree here, the big keystones you pick up in terms of uniques are Rare Mastery, 1 point in Hunter Gear Boost, because it's by far the most efficient gear acquisition. You can go to 5 if you want, but I don't usually find it necessary due to Hunter Gear Save. You lose a small amount of time in openers, but compared to losing 4 points elsewhere on the tree, it can be kind of messy. I have 4-point charge parry at the moment, which is enough to cover most charges if I execute as quickly as possible. 0.6 seconds is a pretty hefty amount, and allows me to charge with relative impunity and take a little bit of time to reposition. Just guard PP gain is an easy 1 point, mainly because of the existence of charge parrying, especially because charge parry can go off multiple times. Sometimes when you're getting shotgunned while charging, it'll gain you 20 or 30 PP, which can be the difference between having a PA and not having a PA. Sword gear and partisan gear, obviously. I haven't talked about partisan because I'm not super familiar with it, but I'd like to go over that later, as soon as I'm a little bit more familiar with it. All guard, major quality of life increase, allows you to guard regardless of which direction you're facing, which is... it basically turns your guard button into a parry button, which is pretty cool. Warcry is left at 3 out of 10 because the aggro modifier is not super important. A 240% hate modifier is pretty much enough to pull things to you if the aggro reset wasn't already doing that. Mainly we take it because it's a prereq for Warbrave, which is, you know, maximum 35% PP recovery and 15% damage bonus for the duration of Warcry, which is only 14 seconds, but it can be worth. I don't believe... yeah, you can up that and extend the damage increase, but it's enough of a conditional that I don't consider it strictly worth. And given the flat PP regeneration effects on Warbrave, I think 3 and 5 here is a pretty acceptable amount. A lot of people opt to skip Warcry on Warbrave entirely because they consider them too conditional. I consider them very important for TD, but honestly, they're probably you can probably get away with skipping them and not lose too much. It's just that you don't have a lot of other places to put points. So automated 10 out of 10, massive at 5 out of 5, and it's prereqs at the minimum required. The one optimization here that's not particularly obvious is Fury combo boost at 5. This saves 5 points for shit elsewhere and still allows you to get to your max combo boost of 10% damage increased with only 2 attacks as opposed to 1. It's one of the only places in the game where you can skimp on your percent damage modifiers and not really be hurt by it. A lot of people would prefer to put those points in for quality of life, but I find that the quality of life is offset by things like charge parry and all guard, etc. So, as for the fighter side of things, until recently I was running a Brave and Wise tree, but that was basically, Wise stance is never relevant except for Elder, and I guess if you're really tryharding killing Goldradas in TD, which is like finicky to set up for anyway, you lose time by switching stances and you have to re-JA and everything, it's bad. So, we just max Brave Stance and Brave Stance out. We don't invest really into criticals, we skip most of those. The amount of dead points on this tree means that you can actually take up to 25 points in S attack boost, which the flat attack is not as much of a game changer as it would be on Fighter, but still, 150 from these alone is kind of a nice boost. It's basically like wearing another unit. So we grab Tech Arts JA bonus, Taja, Tech Arts, however you want to refer to it. 15% damage boost, so I was correct earlier. I sometimes get it confused. And then Tajad PP save has an 85% cost reduction on Tajad PAs. It's 75% for hunter weapons, but 75% for fighter weapons, excuse me, but 85% everywhere else. So it's a small amount, but it does help for upkeep, and considering you're not exactly hurting for points here, it's easy to spec into, same for Adrenaline. Unlike a lot of fighter trees, I do max Crazy Heart and Crazy Beat. Crazy Heart is really funny, especially for Yamato, because since you spend basically the entire quest burned, it means you're dealing with double your PP regeneration, which stacks multiplicatively with Orbit, which is enormous and basically means you regen to full during any downtime, which is a major help for that quest. And then Crazy Beat is just flat 200 attack, so like, what the fuck, why wouldn't you? So, I also take 1 point in Chase Advance because 10% damage increase on status enemies, it happens sometimes, and for 10%, honestly 1 point's pretty fucking efficient. So yeah, pretty much a basic thing. I also took 2 in Step Advance just for general safety, because I feel uncomfortable not having an invincible step. A lot of people will skip that because guarding is available. Sometimes I find it more convenient to step and attack out of step than to just guard, though. Appleblood, please. Okay, just a quick proper gear overview. I am using a 60 element orbit sword. Affix's fairly standard striking stuff. I'm using Flicked for this. I thought I was using Alter for some reason. Flicked Dharma, Love Fever, Bayari, Soul Power 3. This is a fairly poverty 4 slot, and it shouldn't be hard to attain. The fodder is not very expensive, and it's not super brutal on cubes. Especially for your weapon, you should definitely go to the trouble of grabbing this. The 8 PP is like, man, just affix your shit, it's important. And then as for the Psyche, I did go for Alter on these because Flicked is fucking expensive, and because the HP is rather convenient. Same sort of thing, though. One of these is HP crafted, the other 2 are PP crafted. I went to extension level 10 because I'm a tryhard, and did it bother me if they were at extension 8? So, yeah. And then your right ring, because I didn't really mention this, you have some options available to you, but most of them are kind of shit. I personally opt for killing bonus because the main weakness of the ring is its mediocre range, but you'll almost always be in range because of the range of your weapon. And killing bonus, I believe at max, gives you either +3 or +5 PP per killing blow landed in range. The range is anemic, don't get me wrong, but it can be a huge help for upkeep, and reminds me that I should go do my Tokyo gathering today. And Hunter Gear Safe, we've already talked about that. You can go Perfect Keeper Strike for your right ring, but because it only activates on above 75% HP, it's like you're getting a 3% damage bonus only part of the time, so it's pretty mediocre. I also see people recommend PP Convert, but because of the mechanics of the weapon that block natural PP regeneration most of the time, I don't recommend that either. So yeah, apart from that, don't carry monomates and you're basically good as far as inventory. And then PB, I've considered switching this for a while, but I am currently running Julius Nicta. Julius is just a fantastic utility PA for all purposes. I might go Ketos Proi for downtime at some point, but honestly with the orbit regen, I don't think it's necessary. Julius is pretty fucking good. So, time to go do my Tokyo gathering, because I'm a bitch and I need culling bonus. Oh! That's fine. No, that's where the camera's supposed to be, totally. That's where it belongs, definitely. Legitimate location of camera. So, free field, Tokyo exploration. We'll do it on normal and just troll around. I've still got ramen in here, Jesus Christ. Fuck it. Hey Sin, what's up, dude? These jank-ass textures. Yeah, the texture quality is one thing that they haven't fixed even in the Stage 6 update. Man, I'm stuttery today, let's go. Oh yeah, Advanced Tech, Guilty Break off the campship platform for speedrunning. Killing bonus is 5 was referring to that. Yeah. So where is fishing? Are there real talk? Just straight up no fishing nodes? Okay. Here we go. That's a boost pad. This is the fishing node. Yes, I'll report back on killing bonus when I've correctly maxed it. At the moment, I don't feel the power of it too much, but I imagine the difference between 2 and 5 on kill is pretty significant. What news, Quanix? Haven't heard. I'll turn off my parser here. What are you doing to skip that? Excuse me? You just kind of tap enter. AMD is about to announce new GPU architecture in a few minutes. Well, hey. Budget GPUs can only be good for everyone. Overfish, a parsing tool for fishing nodes. That's actually what I thought about doing for April Fools. But I thought it would be like, I don't know, what I ended up doing pissed off a couple people, but it was fucking funny for everyone else, so I'm pretty happy with my choice. I don't know why enter doesn't work for me. That's strange. You do have to wait until the dialogue comes up, otherwise it'll open your chat box, so... What did you do on April Fools? I made a big fucking announcement about how I apologized for the elitism that damage parsers had inspired in the PSO2 community, and I wanted to take a more proactive approach towards maintaining an inclusive community. And so, the actual result was that I released an overparsed build that replaced all damage notifications with happy faces and, compliments. Oh shit, I'm in fever. Fuck, why did I fish again? I'm smart. I'm smart. Alright, where's the mining node? It was a little backhanded, I think, which is why, like, some people just didn't get it because, like, they downloaded the tool for the first time on April Fool's and I didn't give an obvious enough flag, I suppose. Like, I don't get how somebody could have missed it, but some people legitimately thought my tool was broken. And then I guess the rest of the people who were complaining were, going off about how I was trivializing the concerns, which, to be fair, the concerns are bullshit and trivial. Information is not evil. I still got my sunglasses on, that's so good. Oh yeah, it also replaced the percentage column with Denko faces and various orientations of thumbs up. Do I have a stamina drink? Nope. Get owned. Alright, no gems again, boys. Guess we can't grind killing bonus. Oh god, all my fucking mats are in... No! God. Alright, I guess I'll move into character storage for now since I have no premium. Rip me! And then I guess I'll do the team orders specify any particular difficulty, or just road rollers and phantoms, so... It's like... Because there are a lot of people concerned about the parser's ramifications in the community, and some of those concerns are justified, like, in particular... There were a bunch of people fucking losing their shit over the fact that 2chan was using ACT and overparse to mass report people who were leeching or underperforming in EQs. But as far as I'm concerned, if people get banned for that, that's the fault of fucking Sega, not anybody who exposes the damage information. The other big concerns are that the parser is an incomplete picture of performance because of issues like overkill, support performance, etc. Which is valid. Again, doesn't make the information evil, but it's valid. It does have to be interpreted somewhat intelligently in edge cases. And then the big concern for a lot of people is that the parser would get people banned because it's a third-party tool and it draws a lot of attention to, well, it has the potential to draw a lot of attention to the fact that third-party tools are being used to modify the game experience. I guess to these people, the Tweaker and the English patch and things like those were considered fairly non-intrusive, but the damage parser could have some fairly far-reaching effects that could lead to Sega taking action. I'm not really concerned about that either, considering, like, I don't know. GameGuard has detected Tweaker for a while now, and we just kind of work around it. Nobody really gives a shit. They blocked everyone from the game, and we set up a proxy, etc., etc. If a Braver is using only Garn and out damaging your MPA, then your MPA has damage problems. Let me fucking find... Oh, I don't have it anymore, I bet. I have a fucking parse from Zion where he did 93% of his damage in Rain with Gurren. 93 fucking %. I was so pissed off. I've Emeralds in Duran working on the 6. Fuck up turning kills the run when the Emeralds is thin grasp. Ouch. Having some rough times. I downloaded the newest Tweaker update and I'm still getting GG'd. Yay! Honestly, this is something I talk about every once in a while, but it's probably something I won't be doing anytime soon because I've got enough on my hands supporting and maintaining overparse. I don't have the free time to devote to another project. But I'd really like to do an alternative third-party launcher at some point. I feel like the Tweaker has some crazy design decisions that are at this point basically set in stone because of the way people understand the program. Like, the fact that the options in the front page are not the English patches, the translation, or the item translation plugin, but stuff like cutscene removal and tensor file stuff. Like, the layout of the program seems a little bit backwards and designed to hide things from people, like things were added in the order that they became available. And then on top of that, what was I going to say? On top of that, the new patching stuff seems to be a little bit buggy, and I don't feel like it gives adequate checks for people fucking with it in terms of, like, deleting its dependencies, not giving it its own folder, etc., etc. It is open source, so I could probably do some work on improving it, except the whole thing is written in fucking Visual Basic and I don't want to touch it. It's crazy. Pfft. 3 mil damage, I mean... I want to scroll up and find my parse here for the last LQ. Yeah, 3 mil damage is more than 10 of the 12 people in this group. Lol. Lol. 16K missing files every update hype. Yeah, the new method, something about the Win32 file list is fucked up, and it's just not updating correctly, or people are somehow finding a way to use it incorrectly, and the tweaker isn't adequately informing them that what they're doing is fucked up. It's strange. So I think I'm gonna eat a 630 soon when the game goes on maintenance, so we'll be switching to Path of Exile pretty soon. But until then, let's hang out. Let's talk about some stuff. Next overparse April Fools make it so the user is #1 no matter what. I don't want to touch actual damage data, because people use this for, like, self-auditing and real shit, so if I do an April Fool's joke for overparse, I want it to be obvious immediately. Because the easy route is just to fucking make fake data for everyone and fuck with the parse and shuffle things in random order and apply hits to the wrong people. But that would fuck with people. It's like, people wouldn't be able to immediately identify it, and it would cause problems in the long run, I think, so... Like, my aim with April Fool's jokes is not to be disruptive, it's to coax people into snafus and give them a little laugh. Just turn the bottom half of the parts or anything name-wise into Gaijin. I have a fucking screenshot for, VG, where somebody was complaining that their force wasn't dealing enough damage on the parser and that something was incorrect, and so I fucking put together a debug log real quick that basically read Force Techer Master Race at the top with 999 million damage, and then 11 copies of Filthy Leecher with like 4 damage. It's like, alright, we've corrected this in the next update, I'll be pushing that out momentarily. Somebody has to find that fucking cap for me, I kinda like it. Replace the background with Smug Anime Girl. Nice clipping. Loving the robe there. Rename every fourth PA to Rafoy and every braver PA to Corinthus. Now that is a pretty good idea. Just rename everyone to... Just fake the damage statistics so that everyone looks like they're fucking lazy. So like nothing but fucking guilty break for... No, nothing but overend for sword. Nothing but fucking, take this, slide shaker for partisan, stuff like that. Gunner gets Elder Rebellion, Bouncer gets shift action. Yo, shift action! I mean, I was gonna say Moment Gale, but then people might not be able to tell the difference between that and a real Bouncer parse. I'm perma IP banned from PSO World for continually posting the "It's time to stop" gif in the thread talking about the NA release. How do people even still think the NA release is gonna be a thing? I don't understand. Do you still have the parse logs from when I hit the God tier Ilbarda? Let me see if I can find that, actually. I have the screenshot, I think, for sure. Let me scroll back. No, I might have lost the screenshot because I made a naming change to my ShareX config. So let me just check my overparse folder instead. Logs. I'm looking. It's on the 28th. I'm looking for Karst. Yeah, I don't seem to see it here. That's a shame. Let me try the 30th. Oh shit, I've got so many logs on the 30th. Jesus Christ, I got a lot to go through. There's Magatsu. There's Yamato. I don't know why I always say Magatsu. Yeah, I don't see you here. Sorry. If it was a few weeks ago, then I definitely don't have it, so... It will happen when Sega's contract expires. Yeah, back on the 19th, I fucking reinstalled Windows recently, dude. I don't have any of that shit. Swapped my SSD and everything just went kaput. So 6:58, are we counting down? Is it time? I should change my, there. I want to buy a little, I want to make a little bit more of a cosmetic investment now that I've got like 25 mil I'm sitting on. Because it's not enough for like big gear upgrades, but it's also too much for small stuff. So I want to like shell out a little bit of it on aesthetic stuff, because like if your aesthetics are good, you're more inclined to play the game, and I just feel better playing when I've got good aesthetics. So like shell out a decent amount on cosmetics and then set aside some to like the 5-slot fund or something. I'm tempted to reinstall PSO2, but I don't really know where to go for reliable info on classes or gear. Waifu Defense Force is a handful of reliable players that can usually answer your questions, and then there's a general PSO2 Discord that's usually got pretty quick. Hey, there we go, it's gone. Check this out. Hey. Alright, so that's maintenance. So let me close out here. And we will be switching over to Path shortly. So hang tight, I'll be back in just a minute. Real talk, I've been losing subscribers ever since making the fucking L-Sword video. It's like literally every single month since then, people are still working out that they don't want to watch me. I'm like, alright, I guess. I'll accept that. I'm not really losing people if you guys don't care about my content anyway, so no need to worry. That sounds bitter, but I legit don't stress about it anymore. It's actually kind of nice. So I've got a fucking stash tab situation to deal with. Let me pull out of the quality gems here. Because what happened was, the Fuckerstriker was in Parandus League and ticked over to Standard, which is pretty exciting. Let me switch over to Path of Exile here, so people don't accuse me of shitting up the PSO2 directory. Yeah, YouTube stuff. I don't have my Twitch analytics easily accessible. They're kind of a mess, honestly. So any quality in here? Can I just search quality? Hey, I can. That's actually awesome. Then, I guess I'll funnel these into the map system. Drop Island. So I've got a lot of inventory management to do today. I don't know how much of it I want to do right now, but there is a fuck ton of it since I dropped into Standard and some shit is happening to me. Yeah, it's the partnership requirements. I'm obviously not there yet, unfortunately. I likely could have been there if I'd kept playing L-Sword for a long time. Like, that probably would have kept me in a good place, but L-Sword was literally destroying my health in addition to being absolutely no fun, so I made a concession for the sake of my sanity. Oh look, it's a whole bunch of useless gems and pyre. Why do I have 3 fucking pyres and mokos? Pretty much all this is garbage, so I can vendor it without worrying too much. IDK, you would end up like Lucky and Kozin. Yeah, there's definitely a saturation point, but like, oh, there's detonate mines in here, that I should keep. I mean, like, I don't want to make this into a dick measuring contest. I respect both Lucky and Kozin a lot, but they're looking for different things than I was when I was doing my L-Sword stuff. Like, Kozin has outright said on multiple occasions that he does it as a side project, like half a hobby. And, Lucky is just me. Like, they're me. They've been moving into their own a little bit, but they're still basically just me. They're filling the void that I left behind.
It is good to see you.
Yeah, 15k plus is not hard to get on YouTube. Just watch the L-Sword video, 10 out of 10. Yeah. The video was actually pretty emotional to make, I'm not gonna lie. It was like non-trivially intense. I don't even want to sort these fucking maps, so I'll just pick out anything that's above tier 5 and keep it. Amazing, it's fucking nothing. Alright, so I guess we're vendoring a whole bunch of maps and seeing what happens. So I really cannot be asked to deal with these. In any place, even though my growth has slowed a lot recently, like, and I always feel weird talking about streaming stuff just because, like, it's weirdly frank. These are, like, you're not supposed to talk about the reality of, like, attempting to do this as what may eventually become a livelihood or a business. You don't talk about that. You're supposed to ignore that. But, like, real talk, I'm okay with taking the slow route for now. Sacrifice at dawn, that goes in over here. Saving a whole bunch of useless fucking Atziri fragments. So is that all my remove-only tabs? I think I've got these ones cleared out as well. Cool.
It is good to see you.
So, hard to fucking vendor these. Dump some stuff in the gem stash. Drop this in the map tab. 5, here we go. Organizational systems. It's funny though, now that this character dropped into standard, I suddenly feel like I had a windfall because all my fucking currency combined. Yeah. Azami kind of hits it on the head. I got a lot of numbers with Elsword, and I think I kind of let it get to my head, honestly. I was making quality content for a content-starved community. That's obviously going to bring a lot of people. Those aren't people who are there for me or what I'm producing. They're there because they're fans of Elsword and want to see quality content centered around that. So, like, I don't stress about losing the numbers anymore. I've got a pretty swell group of regulars here. I don't want to butter you guys up or anything. You're still shitheads, but you're my shitheads. So, A. Oh my god, the load times not being awful is like the next fucking generation of niceness. Let me fix up my hideout too, since... Why do I have a Haku here? Jesus. Good lord. Anyway. I wish the Zana hideout wasn't so dark. That's the only big downer about this. How far can I move this back? Alright, let's at least make a cursory attempt to line it up. And then I don't have a third master here. I think it's, I think I dismissed Varici because the place I put him was obnoxious and I couldn't be asked to deal with it. So yeah, we set up here so that your vendor and your stash are as close together as they need to be. Got a whole bunch of crafting shit back here. I don't really need to worry about my hideout more than that. I own you, though. That poor little S-ring Quinn sneaker when I swept you into my arms. Alright, alright. Don't get fucking Huego. Aw, you reset the fucking colors of all my tabs? Are you kidding me? Oh, well, that's fine, I guess. I don't mind the green. Just feel like I oughta... At the very least, I'll color code maps, since those are common. And I just kind of want those to jump out at me. But yeah, I found some weird stuff in my standard stash. I got like a rat's nest and shit. I don't know. I've got like 3 rat's nests right now. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. So here's hoping that this doesn't absolutely shit itself up. Alright, I need to, I might still have the script that I was using for AutoHotkey stuff in my... Let's see... Documents, projects. Alright, so the AutoHotkey file is here, but I don't think I have AutoHotkey installed, so hold up. AutoHotkey, download. Installer. Okay. We're doing this. Oh, somebody pinged me in the PSO2 chat. Okay. I'm in a IRC channel with a couple PSO2 related developers. People like Variant, Ida, etc. Overparse has actually made a pretty big impact on the community. I'm a little proud of myself, honestly. I didn't expect it to have any kind of impact at all, much less with the sort of fucking code quality that I was dealing with. Alright, so I got my PoE script up. Yep, uses all my flasks, we're good. If you were to get into a game with 0 information prior, what would you try? I mean, what do you mean, try? I mean, if I have a weakness as a person, as a competitive player, it's that I fail to do my research a lot of the time. Research is tedious for me a lot. Oh god. I don't have my loot filter. Shit. Ah, well, I'm gonna have to sort through a lot of garbage, aren't I? Look at all these white items. Oh, God. How do people play without filters? There's so much shit on the ground. I think it was something that people didn't know they wanted until it happened. Well, I mean, see, the thing is, it's like, Variant did the logging stuff. He's the one responsible for hooking into the client, and he wrote an ACT plugin before overparse was even a thing. I just wrote overparse to, like, address the issues I had with ACT in the plugin, and it turned out to have more of an impact than I expected at all, considering there was a pre-existing solution. It wasn't even going to be a thing that I released publicly until it started becoming, like, something that was used internally within Waifu Defense Force. You'll see early builds floating around that are tagged WDF Alpha. That's us. Oh god, I don't even have chaos set markers. Oh well, I guess I just play for today. Nice build. Thank you. Had one of my roomies help me out with the particulars. I feel like the Inquisitor-Oros combination is something that's wildly slept on. I don't see anyone else running Flicker like this, and I believe it's the strongest way to run it. Not having to deal with resistance is just a major, major boost. It leaves a lot of room for other things. And I'm pleased that they're not actually nerfing the fuck out of Templar later, so that's cool. Inquisitor's main attractive keystone gets to stay intact. Proud I can't start up every day with the parser. Inspiring elitism since 2015. Actually, how long have I been working on overparse? It can't be more than a couple of months. It can't have been last year for sure. I feel like I've got a terrible sense of time as I grow older. Like, on the one hand, things slip past me, but on the other hand, I feel like everything takes the fucking forever. I spend a lot of time waiting. A lot of my life is designed to reduce the amount of that time that is spent. When did D3 Monk enter PoE? See, here's the secret to Path of Exile, right? It's got all these sick skills and cool interactions, but the way you want to build your character is still use a single skill and interact with the game as little as possible, because that ends up being what's powerful, invariably. So I'm gonna miss a lot of pickups since I'm not on a loot filter right now. That's kind of unfortunate. And I would have a copy on our network storage, aka the flash drive plugged into the back of our router, but I used it as Windows 10 installation media. So yay me, I'm fucking smart and I don't back up my shit. Yeah! It's Wes's loot filter anyway, he'll have a copy, but actually... Yo, Wes, you wanna send me the current version of Good Filter? Hey. I think he's still here, and probably not too busy to drag a file onto Discord. This build is good for a league start? It's a little rough to level as Flicker, but Oros Sacrifice is always extremely cheap, and all you need besides that is basically just a tab. Like, it's not too hard to put together on a bare bones level and then build it up as you go. And because Oros Sacrifice does some fucking damage, like it does a lot of fucking damage and it's a very cheap weapon, so I'd say it's fairly accessible. You're definitely not like trying to build fucking League Start COC or something. I feel like it works pretty well. Let's, Man, I don't want to run my high tiers just yet. We'll see what we can get from our T6s. Actually, if I fucking dropped a Drywoods on the ground, I'll take that. Maybe I should be chiseling these, since I'm a little bit low on maps. Alright, Beyond, Twinned, LMP, Frenzy, reduced crits. That's fine. Where's the Wes? Wes is in art hell right now. He's gonna be in art hell for a significant amount of time.
Most of us like to be out in the sun. That's
You can
why
fuck off with
sunscreen
your commercials. Yeah. Obviously, I wouldn't recommend running Flicker in a hardcore league, by the way. Like, it's possible to make it very beefy and quite safe, especially if you take advantage of Valpak Bleach and stuff like that. But
the fact that you can no longer check packs, essentially, means that it's very unsafe to run in hardcore, because you will eventually just run into something that kills you. And I mean, like, full body fucking tackle it. This build does not wait for anything. Look at how fast it's jumping around. I'm just holding right click and fucking stop. I dropped like 40 maps over there and the build is carrying me away from them. It doesn't want me to have them. Oh yeah, we got the generic streamer playlist? Let's go. God, why are maps so indistinct compared to white items? I feel like they should have their own color entirely. I spent so long with a decent filter that I forgot they didn't, honestly. Look at all this garbage! Ah. Yeah, the Fuckerstriker returns. I didn't have the energy to open character map and put in the fucking invisible character that lets me use the word fuck in a Twitch title, so I went with something a little bit less distracting. This is so fun with Fall Haste on, too. It's like when you get large jumps... What the fuck? Good god. Looks like D3. Ground effects don't do my frames per second any favors, though, even with an SSD. That's a fucking graphics bottleneck. Hey, Vegan! Vegan, bro. Fight me. 1v1 me in real life. Man, dude, you oughta, like... You oughta hit up a speedrunning community chat or something for this. You've been going on and on about your speedrun shit. It's like, connect with your community, find some other runners and talk. Oh shit, I've got mouse wheel zoom on. That's unfortunate. That actually kind of reminds me that I should start running Momodora again. I think there have been some small recent routing changes. I've taken a lot of time off with the game because busy with other projects, but I do definitely want to iron out my time to something respectable. I don't know how much time I want to spend on it, but I'd like to get something decent going. More than 50. God, I'm so bad at clearing sometimes. I just miss shit all the time. 36. Let's float around a little bit around here. Anything? Hello, guys. Please help. Did I even do the boss? Where is the boss? Fuck me. Leap Slam's targeting is kind of low-key obnoxious. I wish I could use Whirling Blades on this. Yeah, I heard. Half Coordinated's gonna be running it. Imp percent. More Ugu percent. We had a torture chamber and a waste pool, so I came out ahead. Nice. I don't want to fuse these up, so I'll just run it right away. I'm wary about fusing maps that are close to my current cap, because I feel like I'm kind of throwing valuable stuff away. I really should be trying to push into red maps at this point, though. I feel like the build is starting to get to a point where it's capable of running them. You know, slowly. It's pretty strong at the moment, it's just the survivability consistency is a little bit wacky. Oh, I'm still in a small hideout, okay. I'll worry about that later. I wonder why it put me in a small hideout. I picked up some garbage. I can't even see chromatics because I have no fucking filter. I'll chisel this. It's top of my pool at the moment, more or less, so... Alright, beyond LE weakness... Ooh, LE weakness and minus max player resistances. I don't even know how those interact, but I don't like the sound of it. What the fuck was that you were just doing? You're gonna have to clarify a little bit more for me. Nice. Good meme. Maybe I should run this game like full screen at 720, since my GPU struggles a little bit. That might help, actually. Please don't kill me while I'm in a map. Please don't kill me while I'm in a map. Please don't kill me while I'm in a map. Keep changes. Save. Okay. Hey. Fuzzier for me, but probably not much fuzzier for you guys. The cursor movement's a little wacky, though. Yeah. And, item plates being smaller. But hey, smooth as butter. More or less. Okay, not quite as smooth as butter. It's still pretty bad. And I have to run an exclusive full screen to do this, so I think I might. Hi, Host! Good evening! How nice of you to join me today! You fucking cunt! Good God. Shit like that is why I play in Standard. Host just kills you if he wants to. That's what he does. I'm gonna go back and fight him anyway. Where the fuck? Suddenly I can't read my map. Is it because it has... I think my opacity reset. I think that's a little better. It's pretty, blatant. Yeah, Beyond is tough. I remember the first character I seriously tried to get to maps was during Beyond League, and I just had a terrible fucking time. I was playing Beyond Hardcore too, so it was just absolute fucking terror. Jesus, it just shits out items left, right, and center. Did Wes send along the filter? He must be busy. Ah, well. See, when it chains jumps together, I'm actually pretty pleased with the results. I want to know your opinion on the new Star Gem scratches. It seems weird that they're trying to make Star Gems a thing for everything. I don't really understand what their plans are, but, like, I guess it's cool that they're adding a cash currency that can be attained without caching. That's, like, a good thing, I suppose, but what I'm concerned about is, EQ triggers for Star Gems. That seems massively fucking time skip pay to win. Leaves me somewhat suspect. So I know I missed a bunch of stuff up here. Time to pick up 0 currency because I can't see any of my items. Orchard. What was that? Something chunked me. Oh hey, it's Host. I was wondering when I'd see you again. There. If I can just get to him in time to kill him. But if you get frozen, you die. That's just how the fight with Host works. Get frozen, die every time. No saving throw. It also helps that the raw damage on this is enough to stun a lot of things. Like, since you're going straight to their health pool without having to deal with resistance, There are a lot of situations where you just melt things for no real reason. The stuns are actually just as important for safety as everything else. Like, cannot be stunned maps actually cause me to struggle a lot. I'm taking a lot more residual damage, and like beefy rares become a lot more threatening. Japan is doing an online gacha ban nationwide. What the hell is that all about? Can I get a source for that? That seems like kind of a big regulatory change just to make all of a sudden. I mean, I can understand more regulation, making it more like the fucking proper meat space casino industry, stuff like that. That seems pretty intense, just hard exploding it. These are garbage. Why do I keep picking shit up? I wonder if Oroto's off commercial break. See, this station is so godlike, it's just the commercials run for so long and they're so fucking intrusive. I honestly wish I could just, like, sponsor the dude. Sometimes I think about what I'm gonna do when I make it, because I have to believe I will. And I feel like 99% of my cash would just basically go to trying to support cool shit. Like, my quality of life is pretty comfortable. I'd, like, probably buy a $2,500 computer, I'd get some fucking posters on the walls. Probably a new pair of sheets and a few new pillows, and then the rest of it is basically continue funding my existence, doing cool shit and supporting other cool shit. I don't know. I'm allowed to fantasize. Japan officially declares lucrative Kompu Gacha project illegal in social games. Ha. This ban does not affect gacha, just Kompu Gacha. Huh. So, meaning the, like, collect multiple items for a grand prize or whatever. It seems like there's a particular, sort of thing that they're trying to crack down off. This probably doesn't mean the end for gacha games. Alright. Ooh, that's bad. No life or mana regeneration. Kinda have to chaos that. Chilled ground, status ailments, extra damages, fire, more rares, nemesis, and twinned. Yeah, that's a mess. Dirty hippie. Yo. I'm getting pinged in all sorts of places. What the hell is all this? My chats are just lighting up. Everyone suddenly wants my attention when I start streaming. So the chilled ground is kind of a downer. That could actually be a little dangerous, but nothing else here is too bad. The extra as fire could be a little bit spicy if I get cursed or something, but like, eh. Mostly my worry on Orchard's flat fizz, so... Like, I'm running a Roomies at this point, I'm running a Stib Knight, I've got the Leech on deck. So the spiky flat fizz doesn't bother me as much anymore. It's still kind of a clench period, but I do alright. Hey, Jay, did you get a haircut? Every fucking time I take off my headphones. My hair's actually starting to get pretty long again. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Like, I kind of want to get it trimmed a little bit, but I think I look a little better with, like, longer bangs. Because, like, last time, I fucking let that shit grow out for far too long, and then people complained when I got it cut to a reasonable level. Be like, I'm personally offended that you changed your personal appearance to your own preference. Oh. Nemesis? Okay. Come on. Yeah, maps being the exact same color as trash items is ridiculous as the default. There is no reason. Considering they're automatically of like orders of magnitude more value than a fucking white wand that drops on the ground. Hey, it's an Emperor's luck. 5 mirrors, please. I actually have a couple div sets to turn in. Maybe I should do that after this. I've got like a whole bunch just kind of lying around waiting for me to stop being fucking lazy. Hey, take your turn. I don't think you've seen my hair. I actually don't think I have. It's weird to me how many people I talk with on a regular basis where like I have no idea what their physical appearance is. Powers of the internet, I guess. So much of my fucking interaction is exclusively online that like... I don't know, it's weird. For the longest time, my mental image of Zara was just whatever fucking avatar he was currently wearing, so it would just be fucking Phoenix Wright. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. I don't want to fight Twin... God, that's stupid. Why'd I go in? I wasn't thinking. Twin's a tunnel trap? Absolutely the fuck not. I'm lucky I survived. No ho. Bad plans. So, I feel like I have some degree of obligation to point out Zogzer was right again. An SSD has changed my life and I'm fucking angry. Let's go turn in some div cards. I actually always thought it was Zara's Phoenix Wright until I saw him stream. Yeah, pretty much same until I got on Skype with him. I'm just like, oh yeah, Zara's just Phoenix Wright. Alright, Red Diamond Ring. Random divination card. Did I really just get another gambler from the fucking gambler? I hate this fucking game. Hey, 5-link 6-socket staff. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know if it's on a decent base. Eye level 66, probably not too good. GCP. Bloodthirsty Eternal Sword. I don't know if these are useful as crafting bases or they're just complete garbage. Emperor's Luck. 5 Transmutation. Could have been worse. Ventors. So what are the rolls on this? Wow. 10% reduced quantity, 18% reduced rarity. I am a god. What a fucking shitty piece of garbage. Two Stone. Superior Cold Snap. And Sacrifice of Dusk. Mediocre pulls from everything. I got a gambler from a gambler trade-in. That's the stupidest shit. I'm gonna just bank this for now since I don't know whether it's useful or not. I'm pretty much 100% sure this is garbage. Yeah. So I think these are both item level 79 and 79. Those are Regal worthy, so fill out some chaos sets later. Currency. Another div card. My shitty bricked Ventors. A 20 quality Cold Snap. Can I level that in an offset? Why, yes I can. Oh, this Rallying Cry is maxed. So I should probably sub it out for something else. Turn it in with a GCP and start leveling it again. So, I guess it's good that I pulled one of these then. The trick is to answer questions in an ambiguous way but use terms that make no sense, then no matter what the answer is, that's what I mean always works. Yeah, stuff like you can stay in the air forever on Farah. think I'm not wise to your tricks. You can stay in the air forever on Farah. No, you can't. Well, obviously that's not what I meant. Ugh. Loving life. Yeah, we put this back in the offset. Do I have anything else that I ought to be leveling? Because these are all quality. Maybe I should start leveling a ground slam. Those are pretty common. Don't really have a lot of other things. At 13%, I'd rather not. What do I have up there? Yeah, I should probably just turn over my Flame Dash and start trying to level that. But no open slots, so rip me. I also don't have the int to equip this at all, so fuck me even harder. You can stay on a fucking slope forever, maybe. I'm glad I think I'm glad people think I'm a Sylveon. I'm happy with my icon, I think. I feel like Wes did a good job with it. It accurately represents how I feel about most things. It's easy to recognize. Because my branding is all over the fucking place. Everybody fucking says as a streamer, fucking online entertainment, branding is important. Branding, branding, branding. Always seeing your panels. Always seeing your fucking... That's what the fuck it sounds like to me some days. As far as the game engine is concerned, it's in the air. The game engine can fucking eat my shorts. Bang. So I guess these are gonna level every pack. Hey. Whoa, what was that? That was some shit. Oh, okay. Guess I'm over here now. Thank you. Those are always the most satisfying parts about playing this build. When Fuckerstriker just takes you somewhere. It's like, I can show you the world. That's why I fucking put that song in the back of the original Fuckerstriker video. Semantics. Okay, didn't get one shot to Lightning Warp. Today was a good day, I guess. That boss can sometimes give me problems if I fucking warp on top of Lightning Warp. So I did the thing where I think around every month I attempt to use Firefox because I've become fed up with one thing or another that Chrome does or doesn't do. Like, hey, I'd like to be able to install an extension so I can right-click on links and open them in my media player of choice using YouTube DL instead of having to watch them in a shitty, terrible fucking web video player. Firefox does that. Let's see if Firefox is good yet. Nope. WMV Master Race. Oh, there's the rest of the map is, I think. This might be a dead end on here. Nice. I love Path of Exile's random generation sometimes. Alright then. So I'm trying to think of what I could do to improve this in the short term. And I think, depending on the price of boots with the higher tier flat fire enchant, that might be a really good way to amp up the performance pretty quickly. It's like, as far as upgradable gear, I guess I'll go over it in a bit. Because I want to push out a little bit more life from this. My resists are fine, I think. Yeah, I'm a little low on cold when I have no endurance charges. Or, I had 3 there, never mind. Yeah, so my cold resist is a little lacking right now, and I could probably rework some gear to avoid getting super one-shot by Host. Just use a YouTube player that... Just use a media player that can be embedded, then temper monkey it into YouTube. That's pretty cute. Honestly, I wish more things offered like full-fledged standalone desktop apps. I have an easier time with my workflow when I can fucking use my window management to organize things instead of dealing with 500 separate tabs that are all under the same entry. Fuck this map. We got a temple out of it, I guess it's kind of worth it. I'll accept it. I've realized recently, again, that I have terrible posture. I need to get into the habit of fucking use your muscles, stand up. It hurts less in the long run. Path of Exile's aesthetic is so dark, man. Like, it gets to be a drag after a while. Nothing is ever allowed to be bright and, like, cool. I mean, I get that it's supposed to be a fucking gritty aesthetic. You're on the fucking exiled island of raid class. There's eldritch abominations and horrors at every turn, but like, goddamn, I wish I could get a break every now and again. And you start fucking walling me with so much, the world is bad, it starts to get monotonous after a while. Adobe Air Twitch app win. Nice.
Sunscreen and other safety measures are key to protecting your skin.
Alright, so we got Beyonders. This will be exciting.
15 or higher. Also, look for broad spectrum on the label. That means both harmful ultraviolet A and B rays are remember, SPF plus broad spectrum equal healthy fun in the sun.
So cool commercial. Thank you very much, Aroto. I think I'll probably sit through these. I like Aroto's station enough that I'm willing to sit through the commercials if you guys don't mind it too much. They can just be kind of distracting, I don't know. Maybe I should set up like a bind or something in Fubar so I can one-click switch to another station, like using a mouse button or something, and then swap back after a couple minutes. So I don't have to interrupt the flow of things by tabbing out. This is the kind of shit I do. I'll spend fucking 35 million years thinking of proper automation for the process, and the total time I spend doing it over the course of my entire lifetime in a worst-case situation is 10 seconds. I just realized it's not 3 AM. This seems like a really early time for you to be streaming, and I'm okay with this. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware, but I actually stream a full 3 hours earlier on Tuesdays and Thursdays compared to Saturdays and Sundays. According to the surveys that I ran, I don't know how much I trust that, but I'm willing to trust as, like, in the absence of other information I'm willing to trust. People are usually watching later on weekends, which makes a lot of sense. So I figured I'd push my times up a little bit, so like... I want to be streaming while people are winding down most of the time. I want to be like the chill stream. Since a lot of people seem to be using me for that already, I feel I may as well embrace it. Plot twist, your stream gets taken down for advertising on Twitch. Oh yeah, I heard Twitch did something where like they now have native oddshot, which means the oddshot guys must be really fucking sad since they were trying to do a partner program and monetization and everything. How is that? Has anybody used it yet? Anything to report regarding, I think it's called Clips? Evocative name for sure. I mean, like, EU's aside. Shh. What do you mean by amateur analyst? I mean, I have a vested interest in breaking down the components of the systems that I work with, even if I'm not always super familiar with them. That's where a lot of my interest in various games come from, is optimizing for various conditions, I guess. I want to push limits and do cool stuff. I want to be good at video games, and I feel like a good way of being good at video games is breaking down the system components, understanding those, and using them to construct an understanding of how you should be playing. That, and a whole bunch of grind. So amateur analyst, I suppose, means that. It also kind of refers to my dabbling in fighting game commentary, which I play around with every now and again. I've streamed for a handful of tournaments for a low-profile MMO platform fighter thing, and I'm looking to get into some other stuff. Like, apparently Brawl Minus is in some major need of stream organizers, so I might see if I can get my foot in that door as well, since Brawl Minus is a fucking hilarious Smash mod. You can't ever do anything mainstream, though. That would be too easy. Alright. God, just picking up garbage. I'll vendor these for fucking scraps at least. I miss my loot filter. Your attempt at avoiding the name is admirable. I mean, it's not like most people are gonna know what I'm referring to when I say Allsword anyway. I'm not like treating it like a Voldemort thing. It's just that I don't want to linger on it necessarily by assigning it more importance than it deserves, if that makes any sense. Overwatch tournament commentating. Not gonna lie, I was thinking about it. The fact that the spectator client is really solid is also like a major plus. I definitely won't deny that it's crossed my mind. Man, there's a lot of competition in, like, real shit esports, though. Like, I've heard a lot of Overwatch commentators that just... What I envy, actually, is a lot of their diction. Like, the ability to say things really, really fucking fast, like, ridiculously fast, and still maintain perfect clarity. Because I like to say things fast. I have a lot of fast thoughts, and I want to communicate them to people in a fast way. But when I try to speak quickly, it just kind of comes out as... It's exciting. Armature, nice. You could probably host amateur leagues. So I don't know what that would entail. I like the idea of it, though. Might be fun. RuneScape PvP commentary, please.
Hey guys, this is Tyrone Sama 457XX, and today I'll be commentating on Minecraft PvP. I'm sorry, I just have to move Hypercam.
It doesn't even clip that bad. You guys are fucking babies. Man, every time. I know how to trigger this whole stream. My compressor does its best, but there are certain things that it simply cannot handle. I have to chaos that. Gay! Enfeeble. Man, that does not look polite. Let's run it anyway. It clips, but it's not like real clipping. It's clipping within the compressor, which is then limiting it, so it's not like it fucking ruins the I don't know. It's 3:50 AM and I had to listen to that. I mean, I could have just turned the mic gain to maximum and just screamed. Like, it occurs to me on a pretty regular basis how easy it would be to just ruin several people's sleep. Because people say they fall asleep to my stream sometimes. They find my voice soothing, which is probably an indicator of a severe disorder. Possibly anxiety-related. But, Birdie and Jewel, hey. I just realized that if people fall asleep with my stream on, that I could just end every stream with, like, a maximum volume 45-second high-pitched beep. Alarm clock noises, air raid siren, fucking smoke alarm noises. Yo, smoke alarm noises would be the worst. I am sure there are tons of shit-tier Overwatch teams in North America. After all, they are the home of esports. My EU servers. Are you saying I have anxiety? Because I do. I mean, I took a guess. Wasn't given a particularly educated one. Yeah, Enfeeble honestly doesn't even slow me down that much. Like, I'm feeling the damage difference, but it's not really super damaging to me. The damage difference isn't damaging. I use words. I actually used to deal with like a lot of social anxiety issues as well as some like non-trivial speech impediments. Motherfucker of a lisp and a stutter, the wombo combo. And honestly, streaming and doing stuff for YouTube kind of helped me work that out as I got more comfortable with speaking and operating in... 'Cause streaming is like a weird... It's weird. It's a safe social situation, if that makes any sense. It's like one that you control the pacing of it, you can choose to stuck and stop responding at any time and people won't be too upset, stuff like that. I honestly feel like it's a good exercise for people who are struggling with that kind of stuff. Yes, I am using Aura Sacrifice, that is the name of the sword. As far as I'm aware, that's basically the only reliable Frenzy Charge engine in the entire game right now. So... pretty much the only way to make Fuckerstriker work. Unless you're willing to bet your life on Blood Rage and fucking mirrored gear. Blood Rage might be more effective at peak if you like have fucking theoretical perfect items and shit. But man, Oros does pretty well for itself. Crit Oros with Inevitable Judgment is pretty beefy. Like, I'm enfeebled and this is still pretty fast. Are we done? More than 50. What did I miss? I usually try not to leave maps until remaining gives me a number. There we go. 35, I'll accept that. Commentating on EU games would be fine also. Like, ping matters anyway. 20.8 tick and all. 20.8, huh? Explain that. In particular, the 0.8 portion. I've got a Hall of the Grandmasters that's just sitting here. I'm tempted to run it because I'm an asshole, but... Waka Waira Tuahu. Okay, dude. I chisel T7s because I'm bad. Enfeeble, LE Equilibrium. LE Equilibrium was free mod, fortunately. Fist damage reduction, AoE, extra damage is cold. Okay. We're good. So, weird layout qualm as long as I'm being, like, weirdly open about the stream situation. I'm kind of pissed off that the font that I like and use for most of my like titling and stuff, it's the Nexa family, has no support for Japanese characters whatsoever. So I have to use something different for my now playing ticker since OBS won't let me properly do like a font override for when the glyphs aren't present. They just show up as blank space or question marks or blocks instead of falling back to a font that has the glyphs. It's kind of disappointing. I guess I could conceivably, like, write something to be displayed via CLR that properly substitutes things. I feel like the overhead on that might be a little crazy, but might be worth looking into at some point. Mostly it's just that CLR performance is really strange. It's not even called CLR anymore. It's just the browser plugin. Solution, don't listen to weeb music. It springs itself on me, it's not even my fault. I'm a victim of circumstance. I'm a victim of otaku culture, not an instigator. With that in mind, I don't actually use that much Japanese music these days since I've been mostly doing internet radio. I think I might start trying to put together a real stream playlist though, since I'm kind of tired of having to jump between different playlists and constantly deal with ads and shit. I'll give Pandora a try at some point soon probably, and then if I'm not comfortable with that, if it's not up to my standards, then I'll probably just start doing custom playlists and try not to think about the amount of extra work that entails, or how often I'm going to get dinged by copyright. I can push a fixed hex display for that. I will need to get a working OBS dev environment up and running again. Oh, if you're capable of fixing that, that would actually be fucking sick. Send me a build too while you're at it. I've poked around in the OBS codebase a little bit, but like, I'm nowhere near comfortable enough to even bother setting up a dev environment. I just kind of wander around on GitHub like, wow, this sure is a repo, alright. Heyo. Ads aren't a big deal, IMO. How do you care how others feel about it, though? For whatever reason, I feel like it would bother people because it bothers me. I'm a very audio-oriented person, and having my flow broken is kind of a bother. Plus, I put a lot of work into the soundscape in general, so having it torn away for like a couple minutes while really obnoxious, poorly fucking leveled radio ads roll all over the place. Katarina, fuck you. I like how nothing targeted for a while there, that's very cool. Whoa! What the fuck? You don't even have a damage mod! What the fuck is wrong with that Devourer? Holy balls. Dude just straight up runs up half your health, no big deal. Spike fizz, asshole. Good night, Nizaka. Take care, dude. Sleep well. Do I have more than 50, boys? Yeah. I kind of wish I still ran a Quicksilver. That's like the only weakness right now as far as my flask setup. I love the roomies, I love the Stibnite, I love the silver. And of course the diamond can't be dropped, so like if I wanted to run another Quicksilver, I'd have to drop my health flask. And I would also have to re-roll another one of my flasks into remove bleed or remove freeze, I believe. Yeah, my current, yeah, remove freeze. Since freeze, it kills. You just die. Hello? Hi, guys. Yeah, it was the 0.8 that I was confused about. I'm familiar with the concept of tick rate. It just, the 0.8 seems like a weird division. Have you observed that, and do you have any idea where it comes from? Speaking of QT, I kind of gave up on learning UI stuff. Learn WPF. It's so easy. C# is an easy language for dumb people like myself. I'm not dumb, but I was able to pick it up and fucking work with it with not too much investment. Like hell, my first fucking WPF app is apparently being used by the entire PSO2 community, and no one has complained just yet about the way it works, except for Zogzer's 1 pixel fix that involved setting up fractional font size. Dude, okay. It would be easy to port, but it won't be. What does that mean? Programming conversations while we're having Path of Exile talks. Alright, whatever. This is totally something that people are able to relate with. Us gamers, am I right? I'll run a Coves. Just transmute that and run with it. Is that 2 mods? Whatever. Yeah, ideally I'd like to be developing for cross-platform stuff if I'm using, like, if I'm trying to create utility tools or stuff like that. And I want to avoid web technologies for that purpose because I feel like Web 3.0 is kind of a fucking mess. Electron! Oh! But since nothing I've created so far has a reason to work on non-Windows systems, per se, I haven't put a lot of thought into it. Just use Adobe Air. Kill yourself. Hey, this is actually performing pretty well. I forgot how much I like Coves as a map type. The spawns are spaced nicely enough that Fuckerstriker kind of jumps through them in a polite order instead of going all over the place. I need to work on moving a little bit quicker to keep up Vol haste, though. Tabs or spaces. I don't understand why the debate exists. It seems to me that the entire point of tabs is allowing people to choose their fucking variable indentation, which would make things a lot more comfortable for people working on open source projects, but like... Are the reason... From what I understand, reasons to not use tabs are basically legacy at this point? Like, I'm not an evangelist for either. It doesn't really affect my workflow too much, but it's weird to me that tabs don't just do the thing. It seems like that's what they were intended to do? Tabs master race get wrecked. Tabs rake Python all the time in my experience. Well, Python is weird, man. It's like, whitespace is part of your control structure. That's like an editor thing. You need an editor that preserves that in exactly the right way, or suddenly, oh, exactly one tab has been changed to spaces, and the compiler refuses to tell me where. Oh! No movement? Okay. We just don't pick up chromatics. What? What a terribly placed item stack. What the hell? Jeez. Had to force a fucking refresh. I turn my tabs into spaces automatically so I don't have to worry about any nonsense. Yeah, I think my Sublime is configured to use 2 space tabs or something. I don't fucking... Duh! Yeah, press Z twice. I got there. Seems like weird default behavior. Like, oh, let's just stack everything up in a completely impossible manner. That makes a lot of sense and is totally something that we should do. I don't really want to run Chilled Ground on an interactive nest. Hey, free mod. Whatever. Notepad++ master race. I like Sublime. The modularity is very attractive. My text editor has a package manager. It's a cool framework to me. Kind of by my nature, I enjoy tinkering and optimizing my workflow, so that sort of thing appeals naturally to me. I was using Atom for a long time, but like, Electron performance had me down. I should see if that's changed any now that I'm on an SST. Probably not, though. You have very expressive eyes. Everyone who's a regular here has probably heard the story 100 times, so I should put it in the FAQ or something, but I actually don't have eyelid muscles. My eyebrows control my eyes. I had some surgery for that a while back. And so the way I emote is kind of nutty. Since everything is kind of keyed to the same stuff. I'm told it makes me either weird or interesting to watch. Sublime for actual editing, Notepad++ for quick file viewing. Yeah, I don't really bother to make the separation. I just have Sublime set to replace Notepad, like, system-wide, and I have hot exit and stuff disabled so that it always opens clean, since I don't usually want it remembering my sessions or half-open files. I should probably remember to try and keep fucking Valhae up. I'm really bad about it for whatever reason today. Getting back into the habit of playing Path. Why did you have surgery to get the muscles removed, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, you misunderstand. I was born without the eyelid muscles. The surgery was to make my eyebrows function like them. Yeah, it's a condition known as ptosis, P-T-O-S-I-S, and I was born with it, so that was pretty exciting. Could barely open my eyes at all. They just kind of hung out. So I've had a couple different surgeries in my life as an attempt to basically, you use either synthetic or muscle grafts to basically make kind of a sling that rigs your eyebrows up to controlling your eyelids. And while it means that I wake up with a face full of pillow pretty often because I can't, like, they don't naturally close or anything, it's kind of like a conscious effort, it means that I do get to emote with some degree of normal humanness. I don't seek the world constantly letterboxed anymore, stuff like that. You were born a weeb then. Wow! You're a fucking racist! Kaze, please! I'm just playing, but like, holy shit, I wasn't ready. So you furrow your eyebrows to close your eyes. This is what it looks like, if you need a visual. Wide open, closed. Wide open, closed. Six monsters remain. Hey! Arachnid Nest is actually so nice. It can get a little maze-like at times, but as far as the maze-like maps, it's way more polite than basically anything else. I wish I had multiple T9s to run. Waste Pool's pretty kind to me most of the time. Demons, avoid status, Fizz reduction, poison, unique bosses, life, and AoE. Interesting, you should definitely put an FAQ. Yeah, I actually bring it up so often that I feel like at the very least a chat command is probably worth mentioning. Maybe it's something I should mention in my panels, who knows. So it seems like a surprising amount of people notice it. I'm not used to people commenting on it, but I don't know, maybe that's something about the internet. People are naturally more curious and it's more socially acceptable to ask because I'm kind of putting myself out there in that sort of a way. I even said JP instead of Jap. See, there we go. That's like, oh, freeze. I like how strong boxes don't fucking freeze my entire game anymore, though. The SSD life is kind of cozy. Where are you fuck? Come on. Weebrows. Nice. Yeah, the chance to avoid elemental status elements is kind of impeding on my frenzy charge chance, because I'm pretty sure that's rolled after whether the like the crit won't force a status if the evade chance is there. RIP radio? There. As long as we're having editor wars, I feel the obligatory need to reference the butterflies joke. Man, how is it that whenever Zogs is in my fucking channel, somebody always gets into an argument with him about build tools or languages or some shit? Mr. Opinions over here. I don't mind though. It's good reading. Sparks some conversation, even if not many people are immediately able to follow it. Windows 95 programming applications. Excuse me? What kind of legacy work are you doing right now? The best meme software out there. Superior memes. Good learning too. I mean, like, these guys are memeing around, so if you pick up anything with them, it will be more memes, but I guess memes are better than nothing. I'd consider myself a power user, but hardly an expert. I learn what I need to get by and deal with what I do on a day-to-day basis. I don't seek out much more than that, though, as far as code goes. Zogzer is gradually trying to convert me to Linux desktop mustard race, apparently. Just use GPU pass-through, it'll be fine. So, we'll see where that takes me. All the good software that you use to observe compiled DLLs is from Windows 95. Oh, are you doing PSO2 stuff, or playing around with the plugin architecture? Ah, this fucking status ailment stuff has got me down. It's probably one of the hardest mods to run, especially if you're running in conjunction with a curse. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on! Relax, friend. $48, I'll take it. I might be, but Variant didn't give me the headers. Huh.
I am sorry for this.
Is Code Monkey still a derogatory term? I mean, I see it pretty much exclusively used to describe people who are doing, like, fucking either disaster maintenance, enterprise Java horse shit, where your job is just maintaining a bloated disaster code base, or, people who write shit like, test to see if a number is even, if x equals 2, or x equals 4, or x equals 6, or x equals 8. That sort of thing. I guess I get to have fun reverse engineering 300 kilobyte structs. Cool. Nice game.
I was just telling everyone how great you are. Texting and driving makes
Texting and driving? Oh my god. How could anyone text and drive?
Temple's pretty fun. I feel like this build has legit got faster now that I no longer have to wait for load times in the middle of a map. Like, the overall speed of the thing has just improved considerably. Like, holy shit, look at that. If I'm managing my flasks correctly and I'm not cursed. What the fuck is this? Hello? I'm a speed demon. I feel like blasting cap right now. Except I didn't spend 1400 exalts on this. And that also can't do at Zeri because it relies on curses for sustain and power charge generation right now. I guess I could get a Skyforth. Oh. Or PSO2 macro plugin with prepackaged TPS Gurren. Honestly, if there's one thing I'd like to see, it's like inline damage calcs for gear or something like that. That seems like a sort of neat thing to compare. So like I can click on a PA or something and be like, alright, so with this current gear, this will do X amount of damage on hit with a variance of Y, etc, etc. Shenanigans like that, just some more useful auditing and theory crafting tools. Damage parser for PoE fucking win. I mean, pretty much anyone, even if you have virtually zero knowledge of, like, any sort of computer stuff. Like, there's a reason the term script kiddie exists. Exploit kits are easy, anyone can use them. Now, making sure you don't eat an exploit yourself while finding them, that's a different matter, but, like, anybody can fucking run a rat. It ain't hard. Anyone can buy a fucking $5 booter and point it at someone's IP they Skype resolved, etc, etc. And it's like, hey, I can run a fork bomb, I guess. But, really, the way malware works now has less and less to do with technical ingenuity and more to do with, like, fucking scale and kidding people. Hey, hey, hey! No stun. No stun on Herald of Thunder. You fuck off with that noise. He's totally downloading Bonzi Buddy, and it's all downhill from there. Amazing. Weather bug. Cute. So I'm pretty hyped for Prophecy. They're apparently rolling out a lot of performance updates with that as well. So, like, I don't know how much my old and busted GPU is gonna manage, but I'd love to be able to play this at 1080p with no frame drops. That's, like, the dream for me. I like how sometimes Fuckerstriker just doesn't target. Malware that does, like, literal hardware damage is so rare now. Everybody's in the fucking ransomware game. Like, that's the big fucking meme trend right now. Ransomware is meme malware. I hate how I refer to everything as memes now, but I'll never stop. Still won't use an antivirus. Honestly, I agree with you on that one. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, I'll use Malwarebytes to, like, scan things that I'm worried about, that have, like, been around for long enough that I'm not worried about eating a new exploit or something like that. That's just for, like, safety. But honestly, keeping your shit updated, you disable Flash and all other vulnerable plugins, etc, etc. Just use some degree of common sense and know, like, how people get hit. And you're honestly really safe, and you get to do so without being wrecked by the performance overhead of a real-time antivirus. I'm sure a lot of security experts would tell you otherwise, and if security is your absolute highest priority, then absolutely you should be running with an antivirus. But I personally look for a balance of security and usability, and real-time AV always shits on my system performance left, right, and center, so yeah. The amazing. Dude, a while back, like while I was in high school, I was writing for some fucking NSA scholarship thing, and I did a really long, like, research paper on fucking rogue antivirus. You know, the sort of shit that, like, comes up if you're on, like, a phone or something, and you're browsing around and suddenly you get a pop-up and your phone starts vibrating and making noises, and it warns you, your Android device is infected with virus horseshit, please install our APK, oh good. That sort of stuff was, like, really common on, actually, to some extent, it still is really common on Windows, so a lot of people got punked by that. It takes advantage of people's fear and unfamiliarity with their operating system conventions to basically let the virus in. It's pretty cute. 132? Huh. I'll actually... let me take that down and make sure I remember it. I'll look into it and see what it's all about. Because, like, I trust myself to a pretty impressive extent regarding the maintenance and management of my computer, but everyone makes mistakes. AJ did stuff in school, here and there. I wasn't a complete fucking failure, I was just a partial failure. I was driven, I had interests, just none of those interests included performing well in, like, a way that would allow me to graduate without shenanigans. The American public education system has a problem with putting kids in the gifted box. I feel like that does more harm than good in the long run, honestly. Turned me into a fucking brat for a long time. All viruses are written by the antivirus companies to exploit flaws in other antiviruses. It's a conspiracy. Adjust your tinfoil hat. Achievement complete. Diminishing returns. Oh shit, I'm 90. Hey. Diminishing returns. What a dick move. What an awful name for an achievement. Alright, so, 90 finally happened. I wasn't expecting it now, so I guess, fuck, I don't know what I should take. Hey! Off! What am I looking for, actually? Scion Life Wheels complete. Do I have True Strike? Should I go up to, where is Harrier? Fuck. I actually have no idea where to be going right now. I guess I should just start heading for dual sockets? I know there's a couple dual sockets around where I'm located, or maybe go for an extra power charge if I can make it through. Cold-hearted calculation is kind of mediocre. Nullification is pretty good, though. This is Fizz, damage over time, one-handers. Huh. What's your tooltip? I don't know what my tooltip buffed is. I'll check it in Hideout after this, though. The tooltip doesn't take into account the resistance ignores from Inevitable Judgment. Oh, excuse me, Inevitable Judgment, so it reads a lot lower than this build actually does. How are we? More than 50? Fuck. Okay. Missed that entire section. I'm gonna see this 100 times until the stream is over, but holy lord, give me back my filter. I miss it so much. Don't do it! Don't take the bait, Azami! Do not take the bait. Man, this station is so intense compared to like what I usually listen to while playing Path. I don't feel like I need this degree of focus and energy while I'm basically just right-clicking things until they die, and if the Fuckerstriker pilots me into a triple damage mod Devourer or something, then it's like, oh, well, I guess Path of Exile killed me. Good thing I play in Standard. Whee! I am using Aura's Sacrifice. Wow, one monster remains. That's gonna pick me off the rest of the day. I'm using Aura's Sacrifice. Gimmick is Frenzy if you ignite an enemy, and so you run a crit build that forces ignites, and then collect your free charges. So yeah, my tooltip with nothing on but auras is 6,216. With flasks, that probably jumps to... Oh wait, no, because it doesn't take into account the lucky from crit flask. So I'd have to check what it is with charges, ice golem, recent kill bonus, etc. So let me actually go to let's run something stupid. Let's Let's run a bog, see if I can get a glimpse of my real tooltip. Alright, boss. Nice, 20% less recovery. That's not gonna hurt me a lot, but the pack size is a major bonus. Let's see what my real tooltip is. Alright, so I'm at 5 charges. No ice golem yet. I've got it on cast when damage taken, so. Alright, so with no golem, it's 8,456. With attack time of, with Vol Haste on, and Onslaught. Attack time of 0.11 seconds. So there's your stats. Do you generally play Standard, or are you joining leagues as well? This is the first character I've built that I've been really attracted to improving on like a large scale. I want to take this to 100 at some point. But I do usually join challenge leagues. Until recently, I would just do hardcore challenge leagues once or twice just to like see how far I made it. I'm not really well suited to playing hardcore because I'm impatient and like to build silly shit. But recently, I've been playing in challenge leagues just for the sake of playing with my roommates because they're always on top of this. They're always on top of the new stuff, and I don't really mind leveling as much now that I've gotten somewhat better on it. I used to be fucking terrible at leveling. It was slow and painful and awkward. What are you? You are... Gordrill. Nobody gives a shit, dude. Or I'll report you to Mojang. I'm actually kind of impressed by how like Minecraft Windows 10 Edition performs. Unfortunately, it's a fucking port of the mobile version, so the entire UI is a fucking disaster and there's nowhere near enough customization or options. It's pretty intense. Is that it? More than 50, so I must be the center then. Hey guys. Multi-strike is cute. So I should, ripping the blasting cap aesthetic here. Underground Sea is almost always fucking fun here. Alright, so Haste, Demons, Frenzy, Twinned. Oh no, Twinned Kaduku, whatever will I do? I still have no idea where I'm gonna put this point, so I'll sit on it for now. Poking around looking for major places. I don't really need a percent fire, that doesn't really affect me as much as I'd like it to. Charisma, Master of Force, Thrill Killer. I think I'm pretty much good on accuracy. I kinda wanna go fucking skill effect duration for Vol Haste, as silly as that is. I think it might just be straight to dual sockets, to be perfectly honest. All the good nodes around where I am basically read Fizz. I've taken everything else, so... Faith and Steel would be good if I was spec armor. Anything in Marauder I can pick up for survivability? Probably a bunch of stuff, but nothing too efficient. Dunno. And I've got Celestial Judgment, which is a waste because it's got penetration on it. I don't know. At some point I really ought to do Merciless Labyrinth, but like... My god, I just can't be asked to do it, it's so bad.
How may I...
Well, I'm running up my T5s now, so this should be exciting. Oh god, Ellie Reflect, I have to Chaos a T5. Fuck it, I'll scour it in blue. Ellie Reflect on that too? Jesus, you don't like me very much. That's the one thing this can't run. Oh, I already put that in there. Duh! Nice memory. Just got here. Will you play Prophecy? Not sure what I'd want to run in Prophecy. I'm mostly excited for Prophecy because of the performance in clients. The performance increase is coming to the client. That's what happens when I talk too fast, by the way, for reference. But I feel like I might want to do something with, like, Whirling Blades Rive. I'm going to make another movement skill-based build and poke around with that a little bit. I'm not sure how hard I want to go on Prophecy, though. It seems like kind of a cool league, but right now I'm really invested in improving the Fuckerstriker, so I don't know how much, if any, I'll be playing it. I'm definitely interested, though. The gimmicks seem like they could be a lot of fun and definitely shake up the economy a lot. And now that I'm a little bit more savvy as far as, like, making some headway early in leagues, I might mess around. So I can figure out what to play in Prophecy. Yeah, you too? There's... The changes to the Ascendancy stuff are exciting because it means that it's going to open up a lot of nonsense, and I no longer feel compelled to play Chaos Conversion either, which is good for diversity. But now the problem becomes, well, shit, if everything is fucking decent, what do I play? PSO2 update night triggers me every time. It's always too soon. Yeah, JST not kind to us. Do you, is the schedule up for next week? Because I kind of want to do, like, an extended stream with Waifu Defense Force stuff on Thursday. How's Reflect Rares and minus max for this build? They're a little scary, but you don't die instantly. You have time to react most of the time. Just, if you're in minus max resistances, you have to play carefully. And you probably want to avoid Vol Hasting yourself in most situations, because it means that your multi-strike will often go off twice and murder the fuck out of you. But yeah, the leech is, while it's a small amount, it's definitely a huge help. Warlord's Mark is mad broken, and I'm surprised it's not getting any changes in Prophecy from what I understand. I'm not an expert on the Prophecy patch notes though, so you might want to check that for yourself. Definitely can't run Map Reflect under any circumstances, but random Reflect rares, holy shit, say that 5 times fast, don't seem to give me too many problems. Alright, so we're trading that all the way down.
How may I hear?
So you go there, then you're T5, so you go in here. Seems safe. Yeah, the biggest risk is honestly, since the build will face check for you, it means that you don't have the luxury of watching out for problem mod combinations. So like, if you don't want to die, you're generally running lower stuff. But there aren't many things that can destroy it. It's like a couple unfortunate combinations that will melt it instantly, but they're extremely rare. So I don't consider it hardcore viable per se, not without much better gear than I have to eliminate those risks. Or maybe you go like, there are Chaos variants that you could potentially do that might be a little less scary, although with the changes to Chaos damage and conversion, I don't know how attractive they are. Volatiles are fun. Yeah, volatiles are exciting because you just don't know, like they'll just hit you sometimes, and if you don't have the life pool, you just die. Like, the build face checks for you, you can see how quickly, without even Vol Haste on, it's essentially launching me into packs, which is extremely convenient for clear speed, especially on linear maps, but doesn't bode well for general survivability. Everything is so spiky in Path that, like, you'll be in no danger most of the time, and then some things will just instantly kill you. It's a little bit less dangerous and less populated maps, but when you start getting up to, like, decent pack size rolls, suddenly you'll be flinging yourself all over the place. Yeah. So through the center now. A lot of unexplored over there. If there's a flask I might drop for a Quicksilver, it might be the Onslaught flask. But honestly, it's just so comfortable. Yeah, volatiles. You were saying? It's funny because volatiles themselves either always do like 2% of your life or exactly 100%. There's no in between. They're either completely non-noteworthy or they kill you. I don't even know what causes that. So what are you actually doing right now? I'm mapping! I'm gaining experience and collecting currency and fucking around on my character. Unless you do at Zeri farming, this is pretty much what the Path of Exile endgame looks like. Although I'd imagine it looks a little bit more intelligent for people who aren't playing teleport Flickerstrike characters. Oh yeah, the little help context menu button. I actually love the idea of that. Varichi? Slay the target's guards, keep the target alive. Fortunately, one of the only Varichi missions that I can actually do, mostly because the target is usually tankier than their guards anyway. So you just kind of run in and it happens. It's not a big deal. The damage to the mob is the damage the explosion does. Is it really? Because I'd heard that, and I've also heard it was max HP. I think people might be conflating that with Corpse Explosion or something. I'm willing to bet it's percent map mods, though. That sounds like a good explanation, so I'll believe it.
How may I be of assistance?
Hey, Lamau, another coves. Does reflect, free mod,
How may I be of assistance?
and desecrated ground. Alright, I'll take it. I found how to disable arrow for Windows in Windows 10. I'm not even kidding. Alright, I'm listening. Let's see it. Nice. So does that bypass compositing, or? That's pretty cool. Dependency Walker. Jesus, I don't envy you right now. Dude, Volatile Devourers. I guess that would explain, like, yeah, Volatile Devourers with damage mods on them, just bang. You just die and you don't even get to know what happened to you until you fucking watch the stream recording. Yeah. This map is a fantastic test case for this build's clear speed, because packs are spaced correctly so that you're usually jumping from one to another with little effort. I'll take that freezing shrine too. Don't think I won't. So it looks pretty impressive when you get the right conditions off for it. To the best of my knowledge, this is the strongest Flickerstriker that was being played in Parandus. Of course, Parandus ended. The last time I played this character was on Parandus. I'm actually just now back. I stopped streaming Path for a while because I was frustrated with performance on a mechanical drive. But my performance issues, like my frame rate is still kind of wacky because of the number of effects on screen and the fact that they don't want you to kill the fucking particles. But as far as load times, they're no longer a problem, which means I'll no longer rip to boxes freezing me for 15 seconds, which was like my major impetus for leaving. Tyrone, it was a joke. I mean, I only took a cursory look at the video. I don't really understand what you did. So if you were trolling me, then joke's on you. I'm too dumb to be trolled, I guess. That's what happened to Ziggy on his Sparker. Yeah, I heard someone mentioning something about that. Rip that Sparker build. It's not totally gone, but I don't know. I heard about some changes to Voltaxic. Are they leaving legacy versions, or is it just a global change? Because I know they're kind of occasionally inconsistent about that. Like, sometimes legacy versions will be left intact, sometimes not. Only be for game engines that were specifically designed to do it. Ouch. Wow, no legacy Voltaxic. Man, grinding gear ain't fucking around. It's good though. Chaos Conversion's been dominating for a long time. I'm glad that they're taking some steps. I guess it means that I'm never bringing back my old Ball Lightning, though. My old Ball Lightning was just a textbook abuser of the Chaos Conversion Herald device nonsense. Can someone explain to me what the heck I'm looking at? You're looking at Fuckerstriker at work. It's exciting. Oh yeah, also me. My name is AJ. You might know me as Tyrone-sama. I stream video games sometimes and trip over my words when I'm not being immensely articulate. I mean, like, I could break down the pieces of the build, but it's really not that complicated of an interaction. It's just, I'm surprised nobody's done it yet, or that nobody's done it in any way that's been publicized. Basically, use the unique sword Oro's Sacrifice to generate frenzy charges on crit by forcing ignites. Frenzy charges allow you to bypass the cooldown of Fuckerstriker and use it as your main attack skill. Oro's Sacrifice does 100% elemental damage, and there's a Templar Ascendancy node that reads critical strikes ignore elemental resistances, which is like a 4-fold damage increase. Not 4-fold, that's not the way you're supposed to use that. 4 times is not the same as 4-fold, but you get the idea. It's a fuck ton of extra damage, and from there, since your damage is basically handled by a fairly cheap core, you just fucking... Oh, it's wedded increased critical strikes, that's it, that's all you're on? Okay. And then you rip through stuff like that because you have 0.1 second attack time, and you've got multi-strike on. So Fuckerstriker just takes you places you weren't ready to go. Bang. I think I might round out the stream with a unique map. I've got a couple uniques that I've been sitting on for a while, and I don't really know what to expect from them. I don't know how much a Hall of the Grandmasters is worth in Standard, but I might try to run that just to see how I fare. Seems like it might be fun. Since I just ticked over anyway, I'm not too worried about losing XP. Like, I've got a pretty meager amount on my bar. I'm not too worried about deaths at the moment. I'm pretty much just ecstatic about hitting 90, because that's a milestone that I've been looking for a while, and it turns out I got it while I wasn't even thinking about it. The build's finally at a consistent enough level where, like, I can run more or less whatever drops for me and not worry about it too much, although a lot of bosses will still cause major problems because of my low life and evasion-based defenses. Right. So they're still allowing Legacy Consuming Dark. That makes sense. And the Voltaxic changes aren't even that intense. It's just like, chaos is good, maybe we shouldn't let people have it for free. Aww. That only made it worse because I don't know shit about this game, but thanks for trying. You're welcome, I guess. Sorry I suck. Where the fuck? Alright, let's try over there. Seems like a decent bet. Spiders.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe
Attention, fuck off. I wonder if it's just like the casting service he's using, because like, as far as I'm aware, that station is managed by one guy, and he even like has an apology for each commercial before the commercial plays. Can you believe that shit? It just says a text-to-speech, "I'm sorry for this commercial, Oroto." Good thing I didn't panic sell mine. Dude, everyone is trying to get rid of their chaos shit, it's so funny. Like, everyone is convinced that the fucking world is caving in. It's nutty. I'm just personally stunned that they didn't gut Inquisitor. Like, the Consecrated Ground stuff is actually kind of interesting, and I'm thinking about maybe trying to do something with that, since it seems like it could have some fun interactions. Those buffs are pretty huge, but they left the main draw of Inquisitor attack. Inevitable Judgment is just a ridiculous fucking node even by Ascendancy standards, and they basically didn't touch it. Wow, Jesus, nice layout. This is the fucking spiders. Jesus, they all come out with such a delay. 34 monsters? There we go. There we go. See, I'm okay with that. I'm barely fucking picking up anything because I can't see anything on the ground. Wes, do you have the loot filter, please? Oh, I'm so sad. I'll make sure to get it before I stream this next time. I'm still breaking even, but I don't feel like I'm gaining much. Fucking horrendous patch. Vol Spark has been nerfed in almost every way imaginable. Prophecy patch. Spark has been nerfed in almost every way imaginable. Nice. So, I'll run this Terrace unit, because I feel like dying. If it's Ellie Reflect, I'll figure it out pretty quickly. Templar's on an awkward side of the tree for anything to be too broken. Yeah, most of your valuable crit is really far away. Like, my pathing is kind of a disaster. Starting from Templar, I'm like, oh no, we'll get Volpact, that's fine. Because you figure it's kind of next to a lot of the good shit here anyway. Like, you're everywhere. I used to actually path up into Witch and then down into Duelist for some stuff. Like, I went to Duelist just because, hey, free evasion, and then I was in Witch because I was convinced I needed Heart of Flame and stuff like that to put out the right damage. But as I was experimenting and doing some calcs, it turns out that you really don't need % fire at all for this. Like, it doesn't meaningfully impact your damage or clear speed in any way. So you just scale through alternate methods instead that are... They have better synergy with the crit premise. Deadly Infusion still gives base crit. That's from which Ascendancy? Assassin? I'm a little fuzzy on some of the paths. I know they're major gimmicks, but not much else. Assassin, there we go. Hey. Well, I guess I have 3 of these now. I could trade them in for a T7 rare. That's probably all they're worth. It kind of makes me upset that you can't trade in 3 unique maps for a unique map a tier up. I don't really understand the logic behind that. Like, if you think unique trading is too broken, then at the very least give me like a 20% quality rare or something. That seems like it would be a little bit more satisfying. I mean, you don't really waste too much, but none of them are particularly strong. I've had some people talking about running Marauder Oros and just going fucking RT basic knight nonsense. And I want to experiment with that a little bit, see if like the reliability outweighs the clear speed. I'm pretty happy with this premise though. The build has basically come together in the way I wanted to see it, and now it's just a matter of refining and optimizing. which is always the fun part. Now, this is something that I don't remember because I only skimmed the changes. Did they do anything to Elementalist? Since that seemed to me like it would be first on the chopping block, since everyone, absolutely everyone in the world is running Elemental Conflux right now. Like, people were, during the initial Ascendancy stuff, that's how people were running Flicker. They were running Elemental Conflux Flicker, and it seemed like there's such a waste to me when there are better ways to force Ignite. Slayer Oros. What's the gimmick? They buffed it? Holy what? Okay. So they left Elemental Conflux intact and I'm assuming buffed the shit surrounding it? Man. When do we get fucking tier 20 maps? Fucking lord. That's nutty, dude. I love the direction this game is going, where it's like, nah, everything can be broken, that's fine. Just play your character, man, it doesn't matter. Which jumping? The leap slamming or the flicker striking? MB4, yes. Leap slam is an awkward animation that's not helped by weird attack speed scaling. Did I miss the boss? Totally did. Yeah, leap slam is silly. I wish I could be running flame dash, but it feels so awful at base cast speed. Honestly, I wish I could be running whirling blades, so does everyone, but man. What I miss is lightning warp on my old ball lightning character. I had that up to a decent level and it was really cozy as far as movement skills go. Like, it requires a little bit more investment than something like whirling blades, I'd say, but hello? It's pretty cool regardless. Ascendant is almost dead. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They've been looking at the fucking rates of Scion for the longest time now, like, huh, well, literally everyone plays Scion. We should do something about this. Alright, here we go. Hey. Nice mud geyser. So, I wish I could identify chaos sets, but I'm not gonna fucking mouse over everything to manually check. So, I got 3 of these now, and this is what pisses me off about this game. It's like one of the only things that legit made me angry. The fact that if you trade in 3 unique T6s, you get a rare T7. Like, just give me the unique, motherfucker. It's not that awful. It doesn't break the game. Alright, so curses have 50% reduced effect, nemesis mods, and a whole bunch of fucking totems. I haven't seen this before, so I'll go ahead and run it, see how it goes. And then we'll tuck this dry peninsula away for a rainy day. As in, absolutely. Actually, no, we'll run the peninsula first, and then run this, and then maybe call it a night. I didn't really eat much, and I'm feeling a little peckish. Alright. 40% less recovery, lightning damage, endurance charges, and 2 damage mods. That 40% could be a little dangerous. I might walk on this if it turns out to be bad, but I think I can handle it. Don't do the boss for the unique. For I mean, like, the reason I play in standard is so I can do things like the boss. But is it really all that bad? See, the other fucking totem map I'm thinking of is Olmex, which was free. So if it's a major step up from shit like Olmex. I might have to do the boss. I'm okay with losing a little bit of time for the meme, but I don't know. What would you say my chances are? Oh, please be a good Elrion mission. Please. No. Relic defense with no timer. How could you do this? These are awful. If it spit out things that could potentially kill me, I'd like these a lot more because I'd at least have a reason to pay attention to what's going on screen. 10% if you don't bring a freeze flask. Well, I've got remove freeze on my life flasks, so good to know that it's a fucking freeze spamming asshole, though. Hey, Elrion, are we done? I can't see the fucking screen anymore over these drops. There are people who don't know about loot filters, too. There are people who have never known what it's like to play this game without this kind of clutter on their screen. Freezes a few just human boss can unlock. Yeah. I'll take a look. I'll have a portal up and see what it can do to me. I think that's a reasonable approach. Dude, Elrion, is your relic defended enough yet? I'm gonna pick up so many white items because I'm trying to navigate. Fuck this. I'll turn it off for now. There. Return to the master. Where? Superior summon flame golem. Loving the frame rate too, because of the bodies. Shit, the items on the floor. Hi, sleep mode. You missed the fucking impromptu sword thing that I did, but it's in the VOD towards the beginning, and I'll probably upload it to YouTube as well if anyone else wants to benefit from it, although it is a little bit unorganized. You're a pretty bright guy, I'm sure you can work it out. This really is just Diablo. I mean, that's the idea. It's like, oh, spiritual successor to Diablo 2. Sure, world needs that. 50? Where? I killed fucking enough of them with Elrion, didn't I? I know that doesn't count. Shh. Allow me to bitch about Elrion missions. Hello? Flicker, please. Thank you. Yeah, nice time zones. Nice time zone, you nerd. Hello? Is there anybody out there? Can anyone help me? I just want to know where the fuck to go. There we go. And then over here, maybe? Hey. This is funny because these are all allies cannot die and I don't fucking care. You just kind of go and wait for the melee splash to kill the boss that doesn't care about you either. I mean, you've probably been asked this before, but is it possible to stream at a reasonable quality with 1 megabit per second upload? I actually dialed sleep mode settings in for that at roughly the same upload speed from what I remember, and you can check his VODs to see the kind of quality you can expect. You won't be able to stream at a high resolution, and you'll probably be stuck at 30 FPS, but you can stream at watchable quality. It won't be painful for anyone to watch. It definitely, and you can push a lot more out of it if you're playing low motion games, like the test case it's always given in guides is stuff like Hearthstone, because there's virtually no motion on screen, and so you can bump a lot more bitrate into everything else. Alright. Wakawaru Tuahu. I don't know. It's a strand. Apparently I shouldn't do the boss. I'm probably going to do it anyway. Yeah, Duelist. Duelist is crazy though, because all its fucking lighting effects kind of shit up the, they use a lot of bitrate for whatever reason. So this visibility is pretty cool. Loving the light radius. What was that? What are you? Immortal Flash Leak. I love how Leap Slam can actually kill things like this. Okay, so there are portals. Whoa, okay. Hey, bud. My light radius is all over the place. Something got ghosted, I think. There are so many totems, man. Do I get the Pink President Soccer Mom group? What, on Discord? Jeez. That was a little crazy, actually. That was, like, mildly worrying. Can I not? We'll just poke around. No? I like how these walls are extremely clear on the map. So I saw an opening somewhere in the center here. I'll go around, twist around. Yeah, if you've got like the clear type shit disabled, then Chrome's address bar is pretty exciting. I don't really know why you would though. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me personally. Man, this is just everywhere. Alright, so back up. Clear up the stragglers on the way. There's an elk back there. Or up here, apparently. Wow. I mean, I guess that was convenient, but what the hell? Actually want to try crit dagger flicker. Yeah, probably using just Blood Rage. I've had bad experiences with Blood Rage, but... oh boy. So what is this all about? Hey bud. So, what have you got going on? I see Flame Blasts, I see... okay, so those Flame Blasts probably hurt a little bit. He drops totems, which will be a problem for Flicker in particular. Ow. That actually kind of hurts. Let me go back and grab my flasks, fam. Hey, what's up, dude? Not much. You showed up at kind of the worst time. I think I'm gonna probably end stream after this. Wow, what? He just died? Straight up? Okay. Oh, wait. Hey, bud. So you're the real threat, huh? Wow. What a dickhead. So that's, whoa, whoa, whoa. None of that. I see temp chains. I see freeze risk. No, 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 no. Here we go. Portal time. I just have to stick to him and not die. Man, fucking chilled ground everywhere, too. What a dickhead. Hey! And you ice wall? You fucking frost wall, too? Are you kidding me? Ah! Hold up. Nope. Alright. We're back, boys. There. That was fucking silly. Any decent rares? I guess I'll ID some stuff. That's a chaos ring. Everything's fucking garbage. Amazing. Flicker is surprisingly good on this. I mean, yeah. Boss is quickly moving and drops fucking freeze nonsense. I stick with it. It's cozy. So that wasn't so bad. Probably could have been way worse if I didn't go unprepared though, so thanks for the heads up. Nice 20% resist ring. I'll keep that forever. Alright, it's been around 4 hours, so I think I'm gonna head out for tonight. Next stream's on Thursday, 5 p.m. MST. Might fit something in on Wednesday if I'm feeling bored, but I will see you guys then. Good night.